Welcome to the January 6th Ellis County Commission meeting.
Hit your gavel.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the January 6th Ellis County Commission meeting. I'll call the meeting to order. All those capable, please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Bobby, would you call the roll?
Commissioner Neil Younger,
Present.
Chair Michael Burgess.
Here.
Commissioner Nathan Liker.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Order of business, any changes needed? We will have 2 executive sessions at the end. Those will take about an hour at least for about 30 to 40 minutes each, so about an hour of executive sessions at the end. Prior minutes, any changes or modifications needed?
I have none.
Either. Consent agenda.
I will move to approve consent agenda items A through G.
I'll second it.
Okay, we got a motion, a second on the table. Is there any further discussion or changes? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Passes 3-0. We've got a good crowd here. Issues for persons not on the order of business. I think we have people here to speak on some of the items, but if this is a time to address the commission on items outside of the agenda. Seeing none, we'll go into the meeting then. Introduction of new and promoted employees. Jennifer Taylor, HR.
Good morning, Jennifer Taylor, Ellis County HR. And as you can see, we have quite a few. Multiple of our employees could not be here today, but I will go ahead and let the department heads introduce any new or promoted employees within the last month.
Might you want to stand up over there? On the left over there is Becky Haney. She's a truck driver for us. And then to her right is Jeremy Alexander. He's our mechanic, so our shop is now full, and we just have an opening for a truck driver and AGO. Thank you, guys.
Okay,
Very good.
thank you.
Welcome.
Good morning, Commissioners. Jeff Ridgway, Director of Communications. With me this morning is Emilia Bunting. She's one of our 2 new dispatchers. Isabella Bolig came to communications. She's not here this morning from being part-time with EMS, and I thank you for allowing us to utilize her services in dispatch now. So at the moment, that brings us down to 1 staff down in dispatch, and we hope to have that here, hopefully to be able to give an offer this week on that one. So thank you.
Okay,
Welcome.
very good.
Welcome.
Good morning, Danita Schrader, EMS Director.
Good morning.
Morning.
I have Brooke Wiltfong with me today. She's going to work part-time for us. She comes from Norton. She's been an EMT for a year now, and she's going to college here. And like I said, she's going to work part-time for us. I also have 2 that couldn't come today. Garrett Varney is a new EMT. He's coming to us from McPherson, and he'll be full-time with us. And Natasha Shoemaker, she was with our company before and left, but she came back, and so she's going to be full-time with us again as well.
Okay,
Very good. Welcome.
welcome.
I have to ask you, is it your birthday today? Happy
Happy
birthday.
birthday.
Should we sing to you? There's a good crowd.
Thank you.
Opioid settlement funds request. Mike Smith, Court Administrator.
Morning, Commissioners. Mike Smith, District Court Administrator. Here to request the use of some of the opioid funds for our court services staff to use. What we're asking for is the purchase of this Repath software. I was here before with Community Corrections to purchase this software for the drug court. One of the reasons I'm here now, that software has been pretty successful with our drug court. That software does is gives us a lot of different tools as far as that we don't have now. We're wanting to use this on bond supervision clients that are released from jail that, probably need a little bit more supervision. We're not sure. A lot of these people that come out on bond supervision, we have no idea anything about them. We do supervise them at a little bit higher level than we would a normal probation, once we've gone through all of the other checks that we have on probation. One of those things that this one that we'll do is curfew location, location verification. So when they come up on those, it will request their tracks their location at all times, but it will have them check in with a photo so that we know where they're at, where they're supposed to be. It has exclusion zones. If they have to stay away from people, we can make sure that they're staying away from certain locations. There are a lot of things that this app does. It gives better communication for court services. I have Teresa Greenwood here that's going to talk a little bit more about how they're wanting to utilize it. Some of the people that they're going to utilize it on. The cost of this app for the first year is $9,600. I realize it's a little bit expensive, but what we're saving with that is it's a lot of jail time. Some of these people, if we didn't have this, if we don't have a way to supervise them, if they are violating in another way, then they're going to probably end up in jail, and that's going to cost us either way. This is a more proactive approach rather than a reactive approach to supervision. What we have now is basically, we catch them in the middle of violations. We're hoping to prevent violations from happening. So I think it's a really good tool to use. Like I said, it's been really successful with community corrections using it for the recovery court. And I'll turn it over to Teresa to talk a little bit about how she's wanting to use it.
Thank you. Teresa Greenwood, I'm the Chief Court Services Officer. And currently in Ellis County, we have 43 individuals on bond supervision. And some of those are on an ankle monitor, but this app would not take the place of those highest risk ones that need to be on an ankle monitor, but this would allow us to enforce the court-ordered curfew. Currently, the only way curfew is enforced is if they have law enforcement contact or are seen out and about after their curfew. With this application, it has location tracking at various levels, depending on how we want to set it, the level of the offense, and this would allow us to better enforce that. This would give us notifications if that individual went into an exclusion zone where a protected person would live. So there's lots of advantages like that. I'm also the coordinator of the Ellis County Recovery Court, so I've seen how it's worked for our recovery court participants. So we would like to use it for our bond supervisions as well, just to provide a more effective supervision, be a little more intensive. We do have out of those 43 bond supervisions, all but 5 are pending felonies. So that kind of gives you an indication. Some are definitely person felonies. Many are drug felonies where jail isn't where these individuals need to be. They need to be out, but monitored in treatment services. So this would be a very effective tool to help us better supervise those individuals, better community safety when they are out on bond supervision. So.
We've utilized this, something like this kind of temporarily in the past, have we not?
Just with community corrections they have. We've never had anything like this with court services.
Okay.
I want to draw your attention to the contract that we have that is drawn up by EHawk Services that hosts this repeth. The first year is $9,600. If we choose to renew it, going forward, it's going to be $14,234 per year. They're giving us a significant discount this first year. I don't know how we'll fund that later. If we were able to add it to our budget, we're able to communicate with the sheriff's department maybe. I haven't talked to Scott about that. But I would like to look at some way to continue it. Actually, it's going to be a trial run. If we use it and we don't think it's beneficial, then I'm not going to come asking for that to be added to my budget. I really don't want to come back and ask for opioid funds for this, because those are a limited pool of money that we have, and I don't really want to continue to use that as a revolving door as a way to fund something that we're going to continue with. But I did want to be upfront and let you know that is going up after the first year. It's going to be a considerable amount of money. It may be something that I would request out of our budget if we wanted to continue that with court services. Is there any other questions that I can answer?
I guess the only one I have, Mike, is and Teresa, is if we do this as a trial run, would you come back maybe mid-year, three-quarter year, and let us know how it's going? That way,
Yeah. be
as
happy
far
to.
as budget and that type of thing, and
Yeah.
see how the tools are working for us?
Yeah, I'd be happy to.
Okay.
So opioid funds for 20, that would be for the 2020, this year's budget then. So if it goes up to 14, that would be part of your 27 request.
Yeah, it would be
Am
part of what we would ask for
Potentially.
in the next budget cycle.
Okay.
So for 2027. Because it'll renew January 8th, but we have to, I looked at this agreement, it says 60 days prior to, we can get out of that, otherwise it's gonna automatically renew.
Okay.
So I have it calendared up that if we decide we're not gonna do that, that we make sure to give them proper notice so that it doesn't get automatically renewed.
Okay. Okay. Right.
Okay,
think it's
I move
worthwhile.
to, go ahead.
I think it's worthwhile if we can
Okay.
prevent things, be preventative instead of reactive, as you
Yep.
said, so.
I move to approve the transfer of $9,600 for the purpose of a purchase repath application for court services bond supervision clients.
I'll second that.
Okay. Got a motion and a second on the table. Any further discussion, please? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. No opposed, passes 3-0. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, bridge weight limits resolution 2026, Brendan McKay, Public Works.
Morning, Commissioners. Brendan McKay, Ellis
Morning.
County Public Works
Morning.
Director. So before you use a resolution to pass to allow the signs that we have posted on identified structures to be enforced, as they are regulatory signs. So the Kansas Local Bridge Rating Program came to be after the failure of the structure in Minnesota nearly a decade or just over a decade ago. With that, federal regulations changed with how bridges are structured and weighed and ranked. And this is year 10 and the final year of this project. So now all of our bridges have been load tested and load rated. We already have the signs installed, but to make them enforceable, it has to be passed by county resolution. Is there any questions on that? I'll stand for that.
How do we find out if somebody's exceeding the weight limit of these bridges, and how do we enforce that?
That is when DOT gets involved with scales, KHP. The county does not own its own scales, or if something were to fail. When the investigation is done, they would determine the weight of the vehicle.
Okay.
But I have no way to scale the vehicles myself.
So our county vehicles will not be out watching these bridges and reporting things.
If they see something, they will report it, and we will follow it up the chain with Everpath. First, we'll let the sheriff's office know, and if they feel if it happened one time, it may happen again. They may dedicate resources to it or call KHP to bring in scales, two-way trucks.
Okay.
Which is something we have had done in the past.
And again, Brandon, remind everybody, since we got a nice crowd in here, how many bridges that you have tested?
We have over 193 that were
Okay.
tested because some have been taken out of inventory and been replaced.
Okay.
So this program paid for all of the load rating on every structure across the nation. Now, when a new bridge is put in, like the Hoosier Bridge down there south of Walker, we'll be responsible for having a load rating done after it is completed and bear the cost of that.
And our own employees, as far as our public works going out, making sure they're also under load limits as they're hauling gravel or.
Yes, we don't run overweight over stuff. If we're asking the public not to, we don't.
Okay. Well, I'll move to approve resolution 2026-01 for the establishment of weight restrictions for certain bridges in Ellis County.
I'll second that.
Got a motion and a second on the table. Any further discussion or questions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. No opposed. Passes 3-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Big Creek Estates preliminary plat review. We're going into a couple items here. It'll take a little longer time, so just so the public is aware, the restrooms are out of order here. So you do have to either go upstairs, I'm turned around here, you can go up these stairs here, it'll be right there by the treasurer's office or go around and go again through the treasurer's office. There's a restroom up in that area. Big Creek Estates preliminary plat review, Justin Craig.
Good morning, Commissioners. Justin Craig, Environmental
Morning.
Services Director.
Morning.
So before you today is the preliminary plat application. On November 17th, 2025, Adam Prey submitted a preliminary plat application to the Environmental Office to create the Big Creek Estates Third Edition. This edition is generally located north of Reservation Road between Big Creek Drive and Logan Drive. The land is currently zoned as residential, and this addition would include the creation of 14 residential parcels plus one lot for stormwater retention. The proposed lots vary in size from 12,230 square feet to 25,549 square feet. All required documents have been submitted. The fees were paid. Neighboring landowners and those with interest were notified, and a public hearing was held on December 17th. The Planning and Zoning Commission approved the preliminary plat, PL 2542, and according to the adopted Ellis County subdivision regulations, the governing body at its request may require that it approve the preliminary plat before the applicants can submit the final plat. So with this plat, there are, as it is preliminary, any changes, recommendations, requirements made today would be required for the final plat on there. There have been some concerns with the preliminary plat. I've been in contact with Call Valley, who's designing the plat, regarding a few issues. So there's no airport on the vicinity map. I wanted to make sure that they address the water well setbacks of 25 feet that they can be met on each parcel. There is not going to be any septics allowed, so I wanted to make sure there's an agreement with Big Creek Estate or the Big Creek Sewer District prior to the final application, and make sure that the stormwater plan is stated to satisfaction. And speaking with Road and Bridge, there was a couple other issues, some double frontage issues on lots 7 and 8. It was preferred that there be no direct access to Reservation Road on lots 9 and 15, and then to decide if this would be a public or private street when it's all said and done, and also the surfacing plan going forward. Since the public hearing, there's been some other issues brought to light concerning lot lines, variances, sizes. With that, as it is a preliminary plat, Article 5 of the subdivision regulations says that the governing body, if there's a hardship caused by size, location, configuration of land, topography, or other factors, the governing body can grant rules exceptions to all of these concerns. Excuse me. As there is no form for the rules requests, we submitted the plat as submitted to us, and the application would imply the request for these variances. That'll stand for any questions.
So some of the concerns that were addressed later on that you started to hit on were some of our zoning regulations. Are zoning regulations that we're concerned where there's, say, like on a private road, a cul-de-sac has to have a circumference or a radius of 75 feet. And this is submitted as 65.
Correct. So it is in the regulations, it would be 75, but as a private, if it is a private street, I'm not sure if that would apply, or you could grant the variance should you choose.
Okay.
And then whatever requirements you guys have, it would be required for submission of final plat.
I guess I'm going to turn my question over to Mr. Jeter with a legal question. We've proposed that our county does have, we will accept private roads or private streets, but they have to be built or meet county road standards or specifications. Would that be consistent if we accepted a plat with a private road that didn't meet our standards?
Well, you can always, Bill Jeter, County Councilor, you can always do exceptions to your own regulations if you want to, because it is a private road. If it's a public road, my answer would be no, you can't. As a private road, you can, within your discretion, you could permit it.
Okay.
If it was less than what was required for a public road.
Okay. I guess, I'm going to go back to Justin. So the lot sizes that I think we have some minimum lot sizes in our zoning.
Yeah, for a residential district, 14,000 square feet.
Okay. And some of these are all the way down to around the 12,000
Yeah, I
square
believe
foot.
there's 3 of them under the 14, if I remember correctly.
Okay. Okay,
That's like I said, that's as submitted, so for the final plat, you could require that they go to the 14,000.
Okay.
Change it up.
Give me an idea, of, like, our zoning regulations that we have here, I got them pulled up here. How are those established? Are they reviewed regularly by you, by the zoning board? What are we judging them on?
They were established in 2021, I believe, in the fall of 2021, and usually we'd review them at our leisure if we wanted to change, as we find things we needed to amend. There would be things we could amend, go through the process and amend it.
Mhm.
I think they were updated in the fall of 21, but they were, we initially became zoned in 2014 or so, or earlier. Mr. Jeter, you,
Well, off the top of my head, I don't remember. I'm thinking it was earlier than that.
okay. And I know we reviewed them and did a bunch of updating to both.
But the 2021 was just
21.
a complete overhaul and update of the original
Right,
zoning regulations.
okay.
You know what you're saying legally, though, within that's the regulations, but we can make exemptions for any or all the different articles and sections.
Yes.
Which kind of begs the question of why even have it, but
Yeah,
I guess it sets a guardrails a little bit on there.
so Justin, you said you were going to require from the environmental side certain amendments to, or provisions for the plot to be accepted, is that correct?
Correct, with the water wells, and to make sure they can meet that 25-foot setback. And then I would just like to see that they do have an agreement with Big Creek Sewer, because septics won't be allowed on those properties.
Okay. Would we need to include Justin's language if a motion were to be presented? His exceptions or his conditions, because I don't know that they are listed in the motion if it gets to that point.
Well, you can, yes. This is just a preliminary plat. It's still got to come back to you for a final plat. And you can
Oh, okay.
approve it and send it back to the planning commission with that language as part of it, your recommendation.
Okay.
Can the preliminary plat be sent back to zoning to review this before?
Yeah, it goes back to the
Or is it, or if
planning
we
commission.
approve this,
You're
the
just,
platting will go back to the planning
you're
or
just approving the preliminary plat. It goes back to the planning commission for a final.
for a
plat.
final plat.
Yeah, and they have a year to submit that, so we can make sure, any recommendations or requirements you make today, that they're on the final plat.
That the zoning is aware of those recommendations when they look at the final platting to either include those or, make a determination of this, we're gonna make an exemption of this because of these reasons or whatever are our recommendations.
Correct.
So they can offer those exemptions to us and then we either
Yes.
approve those exemptions
As
or not.
part of the final plat.
So at that point, they can go ahead and do the 75-foot radius, the bigger lots. Am I understanding that correctly?
If that's
Okay.
what
Well,
you choose.
we would make the
We would-
recommendation.
right. And then they bring it back to us.
Okay.
Yeah, you've got three options. One is to approve it, one is to deny it, the way it's presented, and the third is to send it back to the planning commission with recommendations.
Yeah, that you're,
Randy Purdue with Call Valley Engineering, I'm design engineer for this. So, one, the 75 foot, I would have to check because I was under the understanding that we had followed.
If you don't mind, please restate your name in the microphone. so
Sorry,
we can hear.
Randy Purdue with Call Valley Engineering.
Okay.
I don't have the regs right in front of me, but I was under the understanding the 60-foot met your design criteria. So I I believe we reviewed that, and that does meet your design criteria. We were not meaning to be outside of it with the idea that if it ever became a public street, that we met that criteria. So, if 75 is required, we will do that, but I believe 60 meets your design criteria based on what we found. As for the items you guys are discussing, that our plan is to add this wording into the final plat so that it's clear that this particular site does have a lot of restrictions to it. Double fronted lots are standardly an issue, and so we're gonna add wording that implies that all lots that have frontage to the proposed Logan Street will have no access to addition to the outside streets. That leaves very few that will have access to the existing city streets. The wording about 25 feet from lot lines is state statute, but we can easily add that on to the final plat. I was gonna ask Justin to supply me with a list of items they want added to the final plat, so we get these items taken care of the next time you guys get to see this, so.
I do believe Brandon wants to talk. No? Okay. Here's the cul-de-sac.
Brendan McCabe, Ellis County Public Works Director. So in regards to the cul-de-sac, so our road right-of-way minimum is by state statute 60-foot right-of-way. The cul-de-sac right-of-way, the planning and zoning regs, in the city's area of influence, it is 60-foot radius. In the county's area of influence, it's 75-foot radius. Either way, that's 150-foot right-of-way. I'm not gonna maintain a 150-foot wide culvert. They're never that big. And a 60-foot matches what is out there existing in the adjoining plats. Because that area was under the ETJ of the city. So the previously approved plats, that 60-foot matches for radius. That's still 120-foot right-of-way. The cul-de-sac itself is not gonna be 120-foot wide.
Okay.
So we never build to the extent of the right-of-way, because you need drainage area.
Thank you. As far as the drainage plan, we've added drainage easements to imply where we're planning water to go. I've done a preliminary study, and the intended use should not increase runoff, so we should be good. Sorry, thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Justin, what were some of the things you said you'd like to see an agreement with the sewer district, and I think you said something else maybe?
With just an agreement that they can utilize the Big Creek Sewer District, that there is approval on that, because the septics wouldn't be allowed. The stormwater plan, if that's to your satisfaction, it doesn't require a study, but a plan to be in place. That's something you could require if you deem so. Just going through my notes. And then if it were a public and private street, or public or private, I'm sorry.
Go to the map, Darren, of that area. So
My understanding is the developer has spoke with Big Creek Sewer District. I've been in talks with Big Creek Sewer District, so we should have no problem supplying you with that in writing. KDHE is in preliminary approval process of the proposed sewer district, proposed sewer plan, so that we will meet your guidelines on that. The other item.
We kind of talked about the surfacing plan.
Oh, so my understanding, maybe Road and Bridge can talk to this, that the developer spoke with them, and this will be a private road, and they will maintain.
a private road, so on the map currently though, Big Creek Drive, Southview Drive, and Logan Drive are public. Those are ours, right, county, reservation road. In this plat, they're proposing essentially a cul-de-sac, Logan Circle. That would be the private road that you're
Correct, yes.
discussing.
And that the developer would maintain, is my understanding that they have an agreement with them on, so.
this is where it gets tricky, because this was ETJ and partially under the city directive for years, and is now totally under county.
Mhm.
So there is somewhat of difference in the way it's been approached from one addition to the next. Well, I'll make a recommendation, because I'm not gonna, I don't know if it's a motion, but I'd make a recommendation that we send this back to our zoning board with the following statements: that there needs to be an agreement for sewer before an acceptance. Setbacks for water wells need to be included. Stormwater plan and controlled access points, and I guess then that would leave us one more topic to discuss, which is the public-private road, but it's been stated they are gonna stay private. So with that, I make the suggestion we send it back and have that included in the preliminary plat before we bring it back up.
Can we get you to approve the preliminary plat as is, and those items will be clearly stated on the final plat in order to keep this item moving forward?
I'm gonna ask, I think there might be a couple in the public that would like to speak on this item, so I'm gonna ask that they come speak at this time.
Okay.
And we'll address whatever questions they have, and
Good morning, Commissioners. My name
Morning.
is James Graham. I'm an Ellis County resident, and I live within Big Creek Estates. I'm here today to express my opinion and objections regarding this proposed plat for the new subdivision. My objection is not emotional, but rather based in fact that comes from the county's own regulations for new subdivisions and the county's own zoning regulations. There are several points that I would like to make, points that disqualify this plat from being approved. I have with me both a copy of the Ellis County zoning regulations and subdivision regulations that I can provide if you would like a copy of those. Excuse me. Where I'd like to point out a few issues where this proposed plat fails to meet current and established rules. First off is with water. Water has been a long contentious point regarding any further development within Big Creek Estates. Big Creek Estates, we all rely on domestic water wells for our drinking water, and currently there is no provision for or a plan for Ellis County or the City of Hayes to provide the residents with water if something were to cause an issue to our supply. Article 4 of the subdivision regulations, the article entitled Required Improvements, under section 4.2.1, it shall be the responsibility of the developer to either arrange for extension of water services from the appropriate water service provider in accordance with said entity's policies relative to the same, or, emphasis on or, provide sufficient proof of available water supply for all of those lots proposed to be created. If was to be provided as on-site wells, then the developer shall provide sufficient proof of quantity and quality of water to support the intensity of development proposed. This goes on to say in section 4.2.3, all water supply plans and profiles shall be subject to the approval of the Kansas Department of Health and Environment. My question is, has the developer provided you with plans for profiles of the water source for this development? I haven't seen any, and there has never been any mention of any plan conducted in any reviews prior to today's meeting. This review needs to be completed as to determine any potential issues to current residents and outline a plan for indemnity if any issues is caused by further expansion. Then we get into the county infrastructure guidelines. This proposal violates several established county guidelines for the creation of infrastructure. We get into Article 3, Subdivision Design Guidelines, Section 3.2.12, Private Streets. Private streets and roads are to be built to Ellis County specifications within all new developments. My understanding is that Mr. Prey intends to turn this road over to county upon completion. We've just had a discussion where the County Roads and Bridge said that they plan on trying to maintain this and that they plan on maintaining it as they do other roads within that development. So is this going to be a private road that they're going to privately maintain, or is this going to be turned over to the county? Therefore, it is of utmost importance that this road be built to county standards in order to facilitate proper maintenance and safety. Going back to section 3.2.18, which talks about the 75-foot radius right away at the closed end. This plat only shows for a 60-foot closed radius, which is 15 feet short of the county's requirement. This is further enforced by Article 4, Section 4.2.3 that states all grades, drainage facilities, and surfacing requirements shall be constructed according to standards and specifications of the county. If the cul-de-sac is 15 feet short of compliance, then it certainly would not built to county specifications. Then we go into drainage. Mr. Prey is proposing turning Lot 15 into a drainage field for storm runoff, and I encourage that. However, Section 3.7.1, Part B, specifically defines what is required for detention facilities constructed within the county. A grading design so that drainage from each lot should flow directly to a channel or detention area without, emphasis on without, crossing more than 4 adjacent lots or 400 feet, whichever is less. Lot 15 is in the far southeast corner of this proposal. Storm runoff from just about every lot in this plan would have to travel more than 400 feet and cross at least 4 adjacent lots in order to reach this retention area. Then we get into the violations of the creation of the lots themselves. This proposal also violates several established county regulations in the creation of the proposed lots and designs of size. Obviously, we've talked about section 3.5.5 with a double frontage, right? So not only will this have double frontage on Logan Drive, but there'll be several lots that will have double frontage on Clay Drive and along along Reservation Road. Now, Reservation Road is posted at 40 miles an hour. There are also already several private, uncontrolled access points along Reservation Road. It's going to be awfully difficult for the county to provide or to deny any lot owner a restriction saying they can't come off of Reservation Road when the precedence has already been set for field roads and oil maintenance areas. Then when you factor in the zoning regulations that this plat violates, it's even more evident that it should be rejected. As stated, this proposal will create a suburban residential district. Ellis County zoning specifies what is needed for this instance. In section 4.10.6 of the zoning guidelines, there's a beautiful chart. I'm a data analyst, so I love charts. Outlines the lot size requirements. If you look at the chart under a single family dwelling, heading A, it states that all lots shall cover an area of at least 2 acres. Now, this does come with a double asterisk. That asterisk reads that the minimum lot size may be reduced to 14,000 square feet if the development is supplied with centralized water and sanitary sewer. Emphasis on both may and. Obviously, this says sanitary sewer. There's no argument there. I have the privilege of paying $86 a month to use that system. But the zoning regulations specifically define what centralized water is on page 15. Centralized water is a private water supply system established by a developer for the purpose of serving 2 or more buildings, structures, or uses. A single domestic water well per house does not qualify as a single centralized water system. Therefore, you cannot reduce this any less than 2 acres. There are 3 lots that are still going to be under 14,000, even if you do stretch what a centralized water system is. So it is because of these blatant violations to the county rules and regulations, it is my opinion that this plat is in violation of several county rules, regulations, and I implore you, the county commissioners, to reject this proposal until such a time that the developer can offer remedy to these inaccuracies. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, I agree. I think that's kind of what we're trying to determine here. There are some inaccuracies that need to be going back to zoning and corrected or addressed one way or the other, whether those need to be fully corrected and come in compliance, or if there's exemptions that need to be made, then they can make those recommendations on exemptions for the regulations. But I think that's where we are, is yes, it needs to. The question, though, I guess, then still is, do we send it back as a preliminary plat, or do we send it back for those corrections to be made during the final platting? You guys have any?
Excuse me.
Okay, go ahead.
Chris Byer.
resident out here, 2229 Clay Drive, also land surveyor for Pinco Engineering. One thing with, if you approve it as a preliminary plat, you're basically saying, yeah, it's okay, go ahead and proceed with the final plat. If you send it back that way, you're not really allowing yourself that second chance to look at it again and say, okay, have all these been satisfied? Are they sufficient or not? Want to echo some water setbacks requirements as well. I know Justin was saying 25-foot setbacks from property lines. I believe state statute also is a 50-foot setback from any structure that has termite treatment to it. And I believe most of these structures most likely will have termite treatment to them. And I don't know exactly what size of house Adam's planning to build on these. If he builds identical houses to what he's built on the east side here, I believe lots 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, maybe 11, 14 and 15 do not allow adequate space to allow a 50-foot setback from a structure and 25 feet from a property line. But that's just one of those things that needs looked at along with everything else.
Mr. Jeter, if we send this back to our zoning board, just for recommendations to have them review it and go through it, this has already gone through a public meeting and it's already been presented that way. Will there need to be another informational period or other than a regular zoning meeting to address these issues?
Well, if you approve the plat, preliminary plat with recommendations, then there is no additional public hearing. It just goes back to the planning commission. They need to address all the issues that have been presented and will be part of your recommendation to them. In running their meeting, they can solicit comments from the public.
Okay.
Technically, there's no requirement for a public hearing. There's no requirement for a public hearing today.
Okay.
But you solicited comments from the public, which I think is a good thing, and I'm sure that the planning commission could probably do that too. If you don't approve the plat, let me go back. If you approve the plat and the preliminary plat, and the planning commission addresses all the recommendations that you make, they can then put it back to you for a final plat approval. And actually, it'll be a final plat that they would review at their next meeting, taking into account those recommendations. If you do not approve the preliminary plat, then it's gonna have to come back to you again on the preliminary plat process.
Okay.
So all the items that these guys brought up are they're factually correct. I mean, they're bringing stuff up. Now, all of these items either can be explained or have been approved on recent developments that have been done in this area. So this lot is one of the last to develop for a reason, because you're gonna have to have some give and take on the regs in order to develop it, unless if you're gonna develop it for residential. So it's sided on all sides by roads. It's a small lot. There's always gonna be some items that need to be addressed. So I believe the proposed layout is the best to develop it to match the developments that are around it.
I guess I want to make a recommendation to all the residents that live out there. Has anybody went to the president of your improvement district to go to the city of Hayes to try to get you water out there? Because that's what we're hearing, issue of water. To my knowledge, I don't know if anybody has made that attempt to go to the city. And if not, I've talked to other people. There is a way that you could do it and have your own rural water district. I don't know if you want to go that direction. You're in the air flight So you'd have to have it off to one side. And there is some areas out there that will qualify for that. But I know people have asked me, people are watering their grass, doing this. Is that water supply lifetime? We all don't know that. That's a unanswered question, but I'm just asking if anybody has went to the president of the improvement district. So I'm just recommending that to get on that.
In a number of informal inquiries.
Come up, please.
In a number of informal inquiries,
Mhm.
the city of Hayes says they have no desire to provide us with rural water system out there, just due to the cost of the infrastructure versus the number of homes that are there.
A rural water or city water?
City water.
Okay.
I guess.
Trying to figure out how to,
Excuse me, and gentlemen, in regards to creation of a rural water district out there, yes, that would be great. Unfortunately, we are already in proposed works of creating our own sewer system out there above and beyond what the Big Creek Improvement System is. We're having to put in our own retention ponds, drainage, settling ponds. So the additional cost of asking each resident who's already paying over $80 a month for just sewer to provide their own, the additional costs of creating a water system out there would just be unfeasible at this time.
Justin, either way, whether we approve to go onto the final plat to the zoning or send it back as a preliminary plat, will this be on next month's or when would it?
It could be, depending on if they get the documents submitted. Typically, we send those out to you guys 2 weeks prior to our next meeting scheduled January 28th.
so it could still be on the January meeting.
And when you met December, right? For this was December.
Yeah, December 17th.
Like 3 weeks ago. I guess given that time frame, it's only been a month. I wouldn't mind just sending it back as a preliminary to have these things addressed under preliminary, because then it'll come back relatively quickly. I mean, that's 3 weeks from now, and they can look at it again at the preliminary and try to address some of these things. Again, whether they actually want to make the changes or why they recommend not making the changes, it would come back to us then fairly quickly, probably first meeting of February, probably.
For the preliminary,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
And at that time, if we want to make further changes, we can send it as a final plat to the February meeting. That seems to, that
Fair.
doesn't seem to lengthen out a whole lot more and drag. I know they want to kind of get the ball moving, but that doesn't seem like that stops much if we send it back as preliminary for the next 3 weeks.
Are there any particular exceptions?
If there's an exception, say on the streets or the road, that it's going to be accepted by the zoning board, then have a stated reason of why they would accept a difference on that.
Like lot size?
On lot size, and have
I
them
think-
go through that on whether they're willing to accept that or not and why. That doesn't mean that we have to accept their recommendation on it.
When did the ETJ change? That's fairly recently, haven't it? Because as you
2021.
said, that
2020 or 2021, I can't remember when we.
I thought that was right when we adopted the.
That's close. That's when they-
Because
this
I
was
thought we
moved.
may have changed the ETJ a year or two prior to the zoning regulation update. That way we could write our zoning regs in accordance with that ETJ.
I feel like that was probably 20.
It was right in 2020, 2021, 2022.
Because that, I mean, that is kind of the reason for the differences, and you want continuity within a development. And then you got this development that's essentially being forced to do county-specific things, even though the rest of that whole area is a city because of the ETJ that was modified for various reasons. And the reason for that, from the city standpoint, is the city, and that kind of addresses the water issue. The city said, we're never going to expand that way, so we don't need to be regulating that area, is essentially what that change modified. So, so I get why they did, but that again throws this section of land. I mean, there's always unintended consequences when you make modifications to anything, and that's essentially what we got here. Is it was under ETJ as it developed, and now we got another piece of it trying to be developed, and it's following under different rules than were set for everybody else. But I do feel like that's fair to send that back to as a preliminary and let the zoning take a look at it and answer questions on it. So, yeah.
Does that answer your question, Justin?
Kind of, yeah, just that there are just have a reason why we're accepting it.
Yes.
We got another public speaker.
David Spady. I work pretty much hand in hand with Adam. He's not able to be here today, so I'm just going to speak a little bit in his proxy. A couple things I'm thinking of, going back to the statements regarding the setbacks on the water well and the 50 feet from the structure. So in the termite treatment requirement, I have seen that as well. So this being in the county, it is not required to be termite treated as part of the construction process. So just as our other development on Prairie Drive, which is the other 13-ish lots there on that road that we put in, we did not do a chemical termite treatment. Any of the termite treatments that we have done, because we also build in the city limits and follow all their inspection guidelines regarding that, you can do either a bait system, Centricon would be a popular name for it, or a chemical treatment. And so I would believe even if a client decided that they wanted to put in a or treat prior to for termites, we could suggest a bait system, which doesn't pump gallons and gallons of chemicals around the exterior of the home and the foundation as part of that process. So contaminating a water well with a bait system wouldn't be an issue in my opinion, for whatever that's worth. So I think that issue of proximity to the house is definitely, we still have the 25 feet requirement, but as far as proximity to structures and contaminating the well with termite treatment should not be an issue for us, just like it hasn't been on the other development we did out there. The only other thing I'm thinking of in hearing your comments about sending it back still as a preliminary, because of some of the items brought up that we plan to address, I would say I don't see quite the difference in that other than it delaying us another month. Time is of the essence for us, which a month, obviously it's not forever, but it's already been quite a long time to get us to this point. So sending it back, approving the plat, assuming that the recommendations that you guys are making and that we've, identified that would be going on the final plat, we do that as part of the planning and zoning process on that, and what gets sent to you is the final plat with those recommendations and changes stated on there clearly. And if for some reason that doesn't satisfy you, you always have the option to deny the final plat, and so it goes, we kind of start over again there. So I guess I don't see the point in sending it back just as not approved to make those changes, to see those changes, and then to send it again to see it again on the final, because we'd be looking at basically the same thing. So that's just my 2 cents. I know Adam definitely is going to push this forward as quick as possible. Not that we're trying to do it incorrectly, just because to get hung up sometimes on things that we are absolutely planning to address and can easily be done, seems like burning a month for not a great benefit. If all boxes are checked and satisfied on the final plat, then the final plat stands. If it doesn't go. We have to, make those changes and start that process backwards, I guess. So that's kind of all I had on that. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I agree that it can be sent as a final plat, and then the changes can all be made and then brought to us for approval, and if we don't approve it, we can send it back again. That's kind of the point I'm at, is if we're in the position, there's a lot of changes here, and if we go ahead and send it as a final plat now for all those changes to be made and they don't quite fit us, then we send it back, it's still gonna take 2 months. So to me, it makes sense again to go back preliminary, get as many of these things addressed now, so that way when the final plat comes to us, it is
Done.
like essentially what we're looking for. I mean, to me, it's half done the other. I don't, whether it goes back to preliminary or final now, or goes back final now, and then it comes to us, and then we make more modifications and send it back as another final plat. But I'd rather just keep it consistent that this is preliminary, that we're looking at reviewing it, and not look at a final until it's
It's been
final.
ag-land for years.
Yeah.
So 30 days is not a big deal.
Yeah.
Do we need to make a motion to do that, or can we just go ahead and send it back to zoning?
I wanna clarify something
Okay.
from you guys. You're not denying the preliminary plat or approving the preliminary plat. You're just referring it back to the planning commission for further study to address these issues that have come up today.
That is
Is that
correct.
correct?
That's right.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it is.
So you need a motion to do that?
Okay, well then I will make a motion to send this back, neither approve nor deny the preliminary plat, send it back to the zoning board to make, find more recommendations on discovery that's been presented today.
I'll second that.
You got a motion and a second on the table. Any further discussion or clarification or needed? All those in favor?
I do, I
Oh,
have
good.
some clarification. I don't know that necessarily needs to be in your motion, but there needs to be probably a list made of what all these issues are so that Justin knows exactly what they are that can be presented to the planning commission.
Okay,
And maybe those that spoke today that have concerns can appear at the planning commission meeting. But I think it'd be helpful for Justin and me to know what all those are in advance of that meeting.
okay.
It's scheduled for the 28th.
January
January
28th,
28th.
right here at 7 o'clock.
What's that?
Well,
That would be my choice, yeah, or my decision.
yeah, that's not my decision.
Is it mine, or would they have to cancel well, it'd be the regularly scheduled meeting in February.
Right. You can always schedule a special meeting.
They're asking for just a 60-day continuous to prepare.
I don't think so. We got the email, we got all the things, we've addressed it here.
Yeah.
They've already addressed it once. That's a 60-day
Yeah.
between that
Yeah.
zoning and this one.
I think we know what the issues are. I just
Right.
want to make sure that we don't miss something at the planning commission.
Yeah, no, we've got, I think I've got a list, I
Scheduled.
think Michael's got a list here, we've got an
Maybe-
email of legal issues that was emailed to us.
Yeah, and maybe I need to clarify, it's your motion, so it would be, and your decision, so it'd be whatever issues that the county commission wants the planning commission to address.
Correct. So I need to make a motion of,
I'm not opening the door to a whole bunch of new arguments.
Right,
Just the ones that have
it's-
already been presented.
right. Okay,
Okay, so do we need to?
And that would be
I guess
to-
vote no on our initial motion and a re-motion.
Yeah,
Okay.
or you could withdraw, whoever made the motion could just withdraw it, rephrase it.
okay. I'll go ahead and I'll withdraw the motion that I made. So and then with the new motion, do we want the list included? Or we could submit a list of questions to the zoning commission? I can make a list present for the zoning board to discuss. Okay. Okay, I will make a motion to send this preliminary back as a preliminary plat to the zoning board to make, to address issues on a list that it will be presented from the commission.
And I'll second that.
Does that suffice?
Yes.
Okay.
So we got a new motion on the table and a second. Any further discussion on that or clarification needed?
Do we have a preference on when the meeting, I mean, if they can be addressed before the January meeting, or do we want to do the Wednesday meeting in February?
I would keep your regular scheduled meeting. That's the schedule that it's on.
Okay.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. No opposed, passes 3-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Justin.
Yep.
Okay. Are you presenting this or is David McDaniel coming?
gonna introduce Dave.
Okay.
Either way.
Okay.
Tallgrass Solar Farm review and discussion.
Good morning,
Justin.
Commissioners.
Good morning.
Morning.
The Joint Planning Commission met on December 17th, 2025. There were two issues in front of us at that time. You have just heard the first issue. I'm here to present the second issue to you. The second issue for the meeting was a CUP, conditional use permit number 2543, Tall Grass Development LLC, to develop a commercial solar conversion system. A public hearing was opened after some discussion. A public hearing was opened. People signed up to speak for that meeting, and they were allowed to speak toward that meeting. The company IBP presented plans and answered audience questions. Each member of the Planning and Zoning Commission received beforehand detailed proposals toward this. And if I know the commission people, they have studied those. I know I did. The commission reviewed all the findings as facts, as we usually do. After over 2 hours of discussion and input from the public, the facts were reviewed and the commission decided to recommend approval of CUP 2543 with continued negotiations with Ellis County Commissioners. There was a protest period allowed as usual. It ended December 31st, and I'm told that there were protests. I'll stand for questions and I'll defer to Justin.
Do you want to go ahead and list or mention the conditions that the zoning sent to us?
Yes, Justin Craig, Environmental Services Director. The list of conditions the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended were continued negotiations with the County Commission, obtaining all required permits from state and federal agencies and providing copies to the zoning administrator, extend the approval for 1 year to 2 years total to begin construction, a decommissioning funding agreement, all permits, a pilot agreement, and commission agreement.
Anything you want to ask Justin at this point before Okay.
I don't think, I have no questions
I
for
have none.
Justin
Okay.
at this point.
No.
Or I guess let me ask, Justin, since the zoning meeting and now is there anything that you've come up with or come across that you would like to bring the attention to that may not have been presented to the zoning board?
There's nothing I can think of at this time.
Okay.
We'll address the petition, I think, after our discussion a little bit. At that point, I won't bring that up just yet. I'm going to kind of set some ground rules for this discussion as we got a pretty interested crowd for this one. I think most people that were also at the zoning, several of them are here. So I'm going to kind of set some ground rules to establish anyway. I'm going to call IBV up here shortly. On the agenda, and Darren will scroll through it as we go through. This is a discussion agenda. There is no voting item today. This is the first time the commission has been able to come together and meet to be able to discuss publicly and ask the questions. So on our agenda, there's a list of 18 questions that we're going to have IBV go through with us. And they were given some of the questions, I believe, beforehand. This is not a gotcha moment where we're asking them questions to pull up top of their head. But as we go through those questions, we're going to ask them again, have them speak to them and see if there's any inconsistencies. But we do have many of their answers here to discuss. It's intended to be a full discussion. It's a public discussion at this time for the commission to represent the public, to ask those questions. After that discussion, if we have not answered those questions, if there's questions remaining that have not been brought up by this commission, then at that time I may ask the public. At this time, nobody signed up to speak publicly, but I do believe it's important that the public get their opportunity to speak to us. But I'm going to ask the public to weigh their comments to be asked if there's questions that need to be further requested. I'm asking the public not to get into a debate whether this to approve or disapprove the benefits or non-benefits of solar, wind, or energy, or these kind of things. At this time, this is a public discussion to ask questions. And so when we get to that point, that's what I'm going to ask the public. If they would like to speak, that they address things that have not been brought up. I think we're going to address most of them. And again, once that's addressed, we will talk a little bit about the petition period and open it up. There's no hurry on our part. I think some of the comments we've gotten in the last few weeks is that we're trying to hurry through a process. I think we're actually taking the adequate steps to go through the process on a timeline that's appropriate. Again, the commission has not had any opportunity to look at this together publicly and talk to each other regarding these questions. What we have been able to do, and to lay the groundwork a little bit, some of the things we've done as a commission. Last month, we attended KAC, Kansas Association of Counties Conference, and one of the breakout sessions was on major projects, wind, solar, battery plants, those kind of things. I believe each of us attended that breakout session. From there, that's where we got a lot of input about, again, the benefits, the problems with large projects in a county. We got to discuss with our fellow commissioners throughout the state on these kind of projects that come up. And so that kind of sets a little bit of the groundwork. We all three attended the zoning meeting. I do have my notes from that meeting. We were all spaced out in the zoning meeting, so we were all there, listened to. I have a list of everybody that spoke at the zoning and all the questions that were brought up there. For my part, I met with IBV that day. That's the first time I met with them. I met with them for an hour before zoning that day. I think Nathan met with them for an hour that day. I think Neil's met with them or not. So Neil has not met with them. So that hopefully establishes the groundwork for the public as far as where we are as a commission in our discussions with IBV and this particular project. So with that announcement, kind of setting that up, I would call IBV forward to present the conditional use permit 2543 Tallgrass Development LLC commercial solar conversion system.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Stephen Link, IBV Energy. Thank you for the opportunity to address the council, the commission, and residents here today. One item I'd like to bring up before I go into some of these questions and answers is we're going to have an open house on the 22nd. We'll do 2 sessions so the public, community members, anybody who has an interest in this project can come out to Gaius and sit down or address each subject matter expert as far as environmental and engineering, any concerns they have. But we'll do 2 sessions on that from 12 to 2 and then from 5:30, 7:30 in their private venue room. Okay, we'll have just some water, light snacks there so people can come in, engage with the planners and developers to see exactly what this would look like and hopefully have a good exchange of ideas for this request for a conditional use permit. We did get some questions here. We addressed some of these in the planning and zoning meeting. The community was asking why Ellis County. And the first thing we need for a solar project is transmission. And so we have a 345 kV line. There's oil and gas exploration development. And so it's a good fit to go to co-use solar, wind, and traditional fossil fuel type energy development. One other item is permitting ability. If we look at a county and there's a permitting moratorium or projects don't get approved in there, we won't go into that community and ask them to approve something that we know the answer is there's already a hard line thought process on renewable energy. Lastly, there has to be an established solar ordinance. Ellis County has a great solar ordinance. When we look at its development, we ensure that we can meet all the requirements of that. And we have prepared a very detailed plan. We anticipated and tried to address every concern that we've seen in our project developments across the state. So we wanted to make sure that Ellis County wasn't singled out. The opportunity is here. That's why we came to this county, and that's why we're requesting to build this project in this county. Another big question we had was water rights. I heard a couple different discussions here on the availability of water. Okay, we don't need potable water on here. We're gonna have a small maintenance shed on that site, and it's gonna have life support activities, a toilet, sink, and that's just for the operators of this project. Most of this project is remotely monitored, fully automated. If there's something wrong with it, there are folks on the ground who can go and address these items immediately. So we won't be asking the city, the county, or any rural water district for potable water supply. We have tentative plans in place to use reclaimed water and existing ponds, so we won't be requesting any or causing a burden on water use for this project. There was a question brought up in the planning and zoning where they're saying any new development has to have rural water supply. Again, when we submitted our conditional use permit, we said we'd work with the water management officials in the county to make sure that we're using the best practices for acquiring the limited water we need for life support activities and then for occasional cleaning. Okay, even the panels themselves can be dry mopped. We don't always need water. And to emphasize that, we don't need potable water for this project in operation. So a big question here, and I think this came up from the state representative, is the steps to acquire a power purchase agreement. For everybody's further education, power purchase agreement is a long-term contract with an off-taker. These are usually 15 to 20, 25-year contracts to purchase power at a specific rate. These are favorable for the utility. There's no jump in pricing, and it's good for a long-term effect on the project, so that we have known costs, we have known generation, and we have known purchase amount for that power. With that, we have to stay in a competitive level to get to that power purchase agreement. So between traditional generation, energy, wind, our price of power has to come in right in that competitive so that it's actively being pursued by large off-takers. And I will tell everyone here that there's a lot of interest in this power coming off this project. The U.S. as a whole, the transmission infrastructure is kind of congested. So most of these large, they call them hyperscalers, most of these large industrial bases, the data centers, the AI, the crypto mining, those people want power and they want it to come online as quickly as possible. So there are varying levels of interest in this, and we are actively engaged with all these off-takers. And the biggest thing they want to see is the permitting. If the permitting is not there, if the project still has several risks, they won't sign a long-term power purchase agreement. If they sign that contract and this project gets denied a CUP or other major permit, this project doesn't go anywhere. So that's the only reason.
Can you speak into the microphone a little more?
Well, you can, if you want to, you can take it out.
You can take it out.
Yeah,
if you
you
want.
can take it out.
I don't want to drop the mic here, but.
Oh, you're okay.
So the project has to be de-risked for a power purchase agreement to be signed. Previously, 10 years ago, people were lining up, signing 25-year PPAs for a set low price. That project ran into hurdles, permitting got disapproved, and these guys are left with a contract that from a project that will never be brought online. So even though they're very enthusiastic about getting this power, they want to make sure these projects are de-risked before they sign that contract. So we have finally, the grid operator here, Southwest Power Pool, has finished their final study on this. We have done in-depth analysis. We've run models on what this would look like, what kind of network upgrades we will have. And the Southwest Power Pool, they have finished their interconnection studies. And for everybody's knowledge, these studies take 3 to 5 years. So we're at the end of that study period. We know what the costs are to get that generation on the grid. We know what network upgrades are required, and we know we can sell this power. So to get to this last phase of this interconnection study, that's a major hurdle. A lot of these projects, more than 50% of these projects, drop out once they see that second decision point, that cost that comes up, and they say, hey, you need to spend $50 million to get this project on the line. So we know what our costs are. We're at that favorable point. And so we are at that point where we can sign a large generator interconnection agreement. And this is a major milestone for any project to have that generation interconnection agreement online. But before we do that, we want to make sure that we can permit this project. Once we sign that GIA with the grid operator, then they're expecting us to bring this project online. Once we get that online, once we get that generator interconnection agreement in place, then we have 3 years to get that project built, constructed, and power going onto that grid.
Can you explain to me, I guess, and anybody else that's interested in the technicalities of this, but what's the difference between the interconnection agreement and a purchase power agreement?
So the interconnection agreement is the agreement with the grid operator and the transmission owner to bring the power online. They identified all the network upgrades, like if we need to rebuild a line, increase the capacity at a certain substation. So that interconnection agreement gets us the authority to be online. The power purchase agreement is a financial contract with an off-taker for long-term power supply. So 20, 25 years on a normal PPA, and that's signed between an off-taker. Sometimes it can be the utility, but traditionally, the power purchase agreement is strictly a financial contract to buy that power for an extended period of time. And the generator interconnection agreement gives us the authority to get that project on the grid.
Would you have to invest into the grid then under that interconnection agreement?
Yes, we have known costs which were identified in this final study phase to get that power on the grid. So that was the final study that was done by the Southwest Power Pool. The next step here is to sign an agreement with the transmission owner, which is ITC Midwest, and the grid operator, that yes, we can get this power on the grid. And we will pay our cost of this, and they estimate how long it will take them to build the network upgrades for our power to get on.
Thank you.
So environmental studies, we've started on these in the spring of 2025. Most of these studies only last a year, so we did not want to start these studies too early. We do some in-depth desktop analysis. We have several different layers where we identify land constraints. So we started in early spring this year. So I can list them off: the CIA, critical issues analysis, the phase 1, the threatened endangered species, the cultural, historic. And we're working with all the local and federal authorities to make sure that all permitting. Before we get to that point, we have to have these studies complete, send up a complete application packet to the federal or state level entity, and they take a look at it and either recommend some further studies or they recommend approval. And one of the big ones here is the wetland delineation. IBV stance is always that we will avoid these wetlands as much as possible. As a matter of fact, unless I'm speaking incorrectly, Patrick Ripa, who's our Director of Engineering, we are not going to impact any of the wetlands here. There's one crossing we're going to do under that existing wetland in the northeast corner for project boundary. There were a couple questions in the planning and zoning, and we heard this about the lesser prairie chickens. But we've fully consulted with the KDWP and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to make sure we're conforming to that. During the walkthrough on the site, no prairie chickens were seen. There was no lacking behavior identified, but they did recommend further studies, and we're confirming, we're going above and beyond to make sure that we complete that second study and can meet all the requirements for siting this project and not in prime prairie chicken habitat.
Is there documentation on that you had them on site?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
we have full reports, and we set up a share site so that the county and the commissioners can take a look at those studies.
On the wetland piece, so on this acreage that's been, there is a part of it that is identified as wetland?
Yes, it is identified as wetland. We're avoiding that completely. Any impacts to that, we sent an application for a jurisdictional determination with the Army Corps of Engineers. They take a look at it, and they establish what is under the federal, the Corps of Engineers jurisdiction, and what isn't. And if we impact more than a certain part of that, then it triggers further studies and further permits at a higher level. Pat, you want to touch on it?
Pat Ripa, Executive Director of Planning and Engineering for IBV. Just for the record, yes, there was a wetland discovered on site. There's a stream that does cross through the northeast corner of the site. We have no plans right now to construct within a buffer of that. We are putting forth a 30-foot setback, which is not required by any state statute or federal statute or county statute across our entire facility. So 30 feet from the edge of the jurisdictional boundary to the fence line is going to be our setback. And we have another 20 feet from the fence line to the solar panels. In that particular area, we are going to need to connect some cables, which we were planned to do with a directional drill or bore underneath, which is all within the Army Corps jurisdiction. We're not required to obtain a permit for that. So that is our plans right now. We have, as Steve mentioned, we have had some discussions with the Army Corps on this, as well as the state representatives for these agencies.
Thank you.
Thank you.
As Pat touched on, we're using the county ordinance for setbacks, and in more instances, we're going way above those setbacks in our submitted design, which will be continuously optimized. Shows all those setbacks from roads, adjacent buildings, and the existing oil infrastructure on site. So there was a question about an existing water line on Yosemite. That we are not impacting that at all. We double check our routes, our layout, our boundaries, and if there were any concerns on that, we will adjust that setback accordingly. But that is on the north and western boundary of our project site. So I'd like to address that specifically. We will not be impacting that water line. And we will submit documentation to show exactly where those water lines are. We've completed full survey and LiDAR on the site. So we can establish exactly where that water line is compared to where our project boundary is. And that kind of ties into this next item here, that call gas pipeline. Our surveys completed that. We saw there was concern from it. We're reaching back out. We'll work with them if we're anywhere close to that. But we will use the existing setback dimensions that we are proposing for this entire project. So if that pipeline is where it is depicted on our layers or from what the survey shows it, we will have the necessary setbacks from it. And again, we cannot be in an existing pipeline's easement at all. If we have to cross a pipeline easement, we have to have an existing crossing agreement with that pipeline.
And you have made contact with Call earlier, spoke with some of the individuals?
We haven't had a chance to connect with them yet.
Okay.
But just to kind of elaborate a little bit on this, we're in the process of conducting an ALTA survey out here. An ALTA survey for a project of this magnitude takes quite some time. There's a number of title commitments that need to be researched at the county here. That then gets brought up to basically several layers where they are investigating what the history of the property is, what encumbrances exist, all those things that have been recorded, right? Our surveyor's been out on site. We've completed the title commitments, but this thing, it's a moving process. It continues really until we go to financing, that this is going to continue to be updated and addressed. On our latest revision of our survey, the ALTA survey and title commitments, we did not see this call pipeline on there. We are talking with our surveyor just to make sure that it doesn't exist. If he saw any evidence of it, I don't believe he has seen any field evidence of it. But we do have several other pipelines on the property that were noted and we have setbacks from. So as we continue to do this and go through this process, again, if we do find this, we are going to set back from it. We have to set back from it, right? We don't have the land rights to do that. The other thing I did want to mention on this is we are going to be conducting a geotechnical investigation here soon. And prior to us conducting that geotechnical investigation, which is a number of borings and pile load testings, subsurface condition analysis, essentially, we are doing a GPR, so ground penetrating radar in those areas to identify if there's anything below ground that we are not aware of. So we are going to have more information coming as we go through this process.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Robin Size, co-founder for IBV Energy Partners. And one thing on the title as we go through, I know we're talking survey and pipelines and setbacks, but on title issues and title exceptions and things like that are found, in order for us to do our financing, get financing, all this has to be cured. So everything that's on there, crossing agreements, surface use agreements, all that stuff has to be done and in place before I can go for financing. So a lot of work going on in that.
But to answer your question, yes, we will follow up with the gas pipeline operator to ensure, and maybe they can provide some further insight in there. So the next item, and this came up in the planning and zoning, is decommissioning. Our lease agreements, our conditional use permit application, the state statute requires us to have decommissioning bonds in place. Early in the renewable energy development, we used to put bonds in place at 15 years because that's when the salvage value of the equipment on there was a lot more than it cost just to remove it. Now we're putting those in place before start of construction. We don't want the county or the state to be on the hook for any item for decommissioning restoration of that land. So those bonds will be in place. Financial securities that's approved by the county will be in place prior to construction.
Go ahead. Explain how the bonding, how that works. You bond it, you put money aside ahead of time that is there for you to access, the county to access.
Yeah, so it's
a future company or.
Yeah, so it's an irrevocable bond. It's set in place. It covers the full removal of all the equipment. So that bond is set in place. It's not touched. It's in the event or at the end of operations of these projects, which roughly 35-year life operations of these projects, that bond will stay in place. And this could be an LLC, whatever financial instrument that's preferable by the county. It sets in place, it's untouchable, it's used specifically for removal and restoration of the land at the end of operations of the project.
Does it come with interest that it, escalates to, I mean, we're talking 35 years, the price is probably gonna go up, so how does that factor into?
So the company we use for the bonding, they charge us to have these bonds in place. They are collecting interest on that. So we are paying them for that service to have that bonds secured for the entire life of the operation of the property.
Okay.
Just to add to that too, in our decommissioning plan, there is some discussion about basically a reanalysis and resubmittal to you every 5 years, which would account for any inflation or cost increases, and that bond amount would have to be adjusted at that 5-year time frame.
Would the county be notified if there's ever a missed payment or bond installment payment? Would the county be on the notification side of it where we would know ahead of time that something's wrong or something's happening?
Yes, as a named interest, you'd be identified. And I think they send a report at the end of every year. And then in that 5-year period that Pat just mentioned of reevaluating the cost of that bond, they send that update as well. So yes, you will be identified if that payment is not made.
Okay. Can this IBV is a company, a partnership company, it can be sold, traded, however, is there any specific language where the county would be notified that there's a name change or a partnership change, anywhere that this could result in a lapse of payment to the bond?
This Project LLC is set up, that bond will be in place with the Project LLC and the county. If there is a change of ownership, it'd still be on Tallgrass Development with all the conditions for the conditional use permit in place. And that will stay in place throughout the life of the project. The LLC itself will not change. IBV might bring on a financing partner or something like that, but in no way would that change the definition and the agreement within or for the requirements of the conditional use permit. For the large scale wind hail events here, there have been several technology advances on this. The biggest one we hear is a reference to a project elsewhere where really softball size hail came through, destroyed that project. Since then, there are weather stations on here, there are operators on site. If there is indication from a central operating station that there is going to be a large-scale wind event, then those panels would be stowed at the proper angle. They'd be stowed flat to remove the lift. If there's indications of a large-scale hail event, then those usually we stow them at a certain angle. Now we're stowing them even higher, so there's not a direct 90-degree impact on those panels. And either way, these panels are warranted up to 35 millimeter diameter for hail. So once we adjust that angle where that hail is hitting, then it lessens our damage. But this project is in the business of putting electricity on the grid. As soon as these panels go down, we don't get paid. We have to get these back up. They're fully insured. We get those panels back in, whatever equipment needs to be repaired, and we get that project back online as soon as possible. We have deliverability requirements we have to make. We don't meet any of those if the project is not operating or not fully functioning.
Is the insurance then is different than the bonding for decommissioning?
Yes,
so the insurance is what you put on the equipment in case of storm damage. You contact insurance, they replace it or what, or you take you can also say this is damage beyond bond beyond repair and it's just not worth it, we'll take the insurance payment and we got broken down equipment, then we access the bond to decommission it out then?
Yeah,
Is that-
in that event, in that extreme event or instance, that would be the most likely avenue. However, a big part of the big value in these projects is the interconnection on the grid. So there's a really slight chance of this project being abandoned, especially with a long-term power purchase agreement. The insurance amounts, and they are adjusting every year based on the severity of harsh weather conditions. Those keep going up. So these projects are fully insured to get them back online here. Even though it's not likely, the insurance does cover us getting that project back on the grid as soon as possible.
Is that part of an agreement that we can have again, so that way we know that you have insurance in place each year? I mean, you may go out and shop insurance. I mean, insurance is one of those things going up consistently in storms. Convection storms are causing property damage insurance to increase all the time, so your insurance may change company to company, year to year, but is that something we can write in so that way we're notified that you have covered?
We can add that language to show the county as a named interest holder or a named party in that insurance. So yes, I'll make a note of that to make sure.
Just one more quick note on that. It's part of my job is on the finance side. We have to have that insurance to get financing in order to build the project. But I think keeping you in the loop on, if we change insurance or if our coverage amounts or anything like that changes as we move forward, because we try to lock it in for a few years as much as we can. But since things are escalating, and we're having to redo that every few years, it's not a problem to name you on that and tell you what's going on and the amounts and everything that we're doing.
And in an event of a hailstorm, say 50 panels get trashed, where are those disposed of?
So right now, the panels are ready to be discarded in a landfill. And we're clearing that up, make sure that the environmental services director can accept these panels, say 50 panels, but for a large scale event, more than likely these panels will be trucked out to get recycled and some of those components reused in there.
Okay. So there's no burying in place. I mean, that's one of the concerns, especially with wind turbines, just bury in place.
Yeah, that has been an issue with wind turbines. There's no bury in place for solar panels. There is value in the high grade silicone. And so those will get recycled in large amounts. But for smaller amounts that get damaged, those can be discarded upon approval of the local environmental services.
Is there a glass type cover to these, or is it more of a silicon-based cover? What would get damaged in the event of a hailstorm?
So there's a front cover which is glass. There's the center silicone that has the photovoltaic effect that creates that gets heated, generates that DC current, goes up. So it's majority glass that, and then there's a back layer to catch it. We're using bifocals, so the same glass that's on the top of these panels are on the bottom of the panels. Nothing, no major components other than the glass getting impacted.
Okay.
And
if the glass is impacted and damaged, is there a protocol? Do you reclaim some of the ground to retain that glass, clean it up? How would that be handled?
Yeah, there will be operations and maintenance contractors in place for this, and yeah, so it's glass. They will clean up as much as possible. There are no specific safeguards or industry best practices for saying certain diameter or circumference around these panels needs the ground needs to be removed. It's not a hazmat situation where you have to remove some of that soil underneath as well.
Okay.
Skip number 8.
All right, so we're going to talk a little bit about the FIOC, the Foreign Entity of Concern. This was passed legislation where we cannot import equipment direct from China. We have to show at least 2 levels of ownership or sourcing for those for those specific components to be accepted into the country, local developers can't use these, any part of this equipment, any of these components, without showing that there is no foreign entity of concern involvement, such as China or any adverse nations. If any of those are involved, then this project cannot qualify for any of the incentives for bringing the project online. So we have to show that proof of traceability, and we would love to use only domestic content. However, the capacity is just not there yet. There are several bills that were signed into law to increase generation manufacturing to get the capacity that domestic developers would need. However, most of that capacity has already been purchased out years in advance. So we wouldn't want to use foreign components at all. There's actually an incentive for us to use local. We just have to make sure that we're conforming to FIAC and using as much domestic content as possible. And that includes panels, steel, cabling.
How many is there? I think when we discussed, there's basically 2 companies that can make panels in the U.S. basically, or.
So there's more coming online. There's First Solar, the Jinko, and there's a couple of different plants that are just coming online. There's a huge one down in Louisiana, in New Iberia. We drive through often, but yeah, they're coming online.
Essentially, they have to build factories.
Yes, so
more factories.
Yeah, we never had that capability in the United States to build panels for the capacity that is required to get these projects.
They need to build factories, and they need to hire people. So there's just kind of that. That's where, to me, that's where the supply chain issue here kind of is. It's not because you're trying to get it from overseas and it's getting blocked up. It's more, if we're going to get it domestically, we got to build factories and hire people, which takes years. And I was looking into this a little bit. I think First Solar's going through a zoning thing just like this because they want to build another factory, but they have to go through their county zoning to be able to get that up and going.
Yes, and those are larger factories also. So
yeah.
And then the workforce required. So yeah, it takes a while to ramp up and get that capacity going for these panels. Pat, you want to answer the resurfacing?
So our plans for the development of tall grass is really to limit the amount of change in the land as much as possible. We really don't want to have any grading on the site. There is going to be required spot grading on site around some of the solar panel posts, as well as some of the access roads, just to make sure we promote positive drainage, make sure that we're meeting all of our structural design requirements for the racking system itself. But that's really the limits of the resurfacing the land out there. Anything that is going to be disturbed, we are going to seed. We're going to make sure that is planted with a native mix by a registered landscape architect is going to specify that seed mix, make sure that gets applied appropriately, and everything is done on site to address those concerns.
As far as question number 12, the first big push for solar was called concentrated solar, which was a bunch of parabolic mirrors focusing all that sunlight energy directly into collecting structure on top. Those needed tons of coolant. They needed large areas out of any flight zones. There were a lot of requirements with concentrated solar, and some of the stories that come out about birds flying in and getting killed immediately, that was the type of solar there was. You cannot permit that type of concentrated solar anymore. That is, it's a no-go. It's not even done in this industry anymore. So those were the initial push for solar, and that was called concentrated solar. Now we're into photovoltaic PV energy, and this uses just glass, that semiconducting material inside there. Those have some cabling, there's some soldering, and it runs down to in cabling to inverters, which convert it from DC to AC. before it gets put on the grid. The initial panels were reflective, and so people will have a really high glare event if a solar panel was located within their view shed, and at certain times of day, they would get that reflection. Since then, there's been a matte material adhered to that glass. It does not reflect light. We're trying to collect that sunlight. So we had to have that glare analysis done, and we had to make sure that that we didn't. So yeah, we're using those adjusted panels. Since initial panels came out with about 350 watts, now we're up to 700 watts. So the technology is constantly improving on these panels, what it can collect, what it can generate. We addressed that. We do not reflect light. We're in the business of collecting light, converting that into energy, and putting that back onto the grid. Initial solar projects were called fixed tilt. They were set on I-beams in the ground at a certain angle to capture the best of the sun throughout the year. Now we have single axis trackers and bifacials. So those solar panels are sighted so they pick up the sun in the morning. They follow it for about 60 degrees to capture that sun all the way through to the end of the day. So they will start with the sun, end with the sun. On the bottom, the grass, there's an albedo effect where there's some reflectivity coming up, and the underside of those panels are actually collecting solar energy at that point too. Especially if there's some snow on the ground, and even green grass provides some of that reflectivity albedo effect back into those panels.
I'm gonna go back to insurance. I can just because I'm thinking about it. I think I was looking here. I mean, you want to get that back up in line and repaired, but what kind of delay do you typically see in your projects as far as, do you have to have adjusters come out? So hailstorm comes through, damages your stuff, you're going to have insurance claim, but do you need to have adjusters come out before you can order? And that's one piece of the question. The other piece is does insurance cover some of the cleanup? I mean, if there's damage on the ground, there's one thing just put a new panel up there, but if there's damage all over the ground, is insurance covering cleanup with that process? So if you could address maybe those two a little bit.
Yeah, so the insurance coverage will cover, and we have one or two of the major insurance providers for these projects. It covers the replacement value and cleanup to get those panels back online. So there will be an adjuster out after a major storm or hail event. They will quickly, it's in their best interest also, get that adjustment in. There could be a delay for say, a major event in getting a huge amount of panels in. We don't keep a huge warehouse full of panels for these types of events. So those will have to be ordered as quickly as possible. So the insurance does cover replacement, cleanup, mitigation. We have to get the ground cover back to where we can get some of the albedo effect back on there and get those projects back into operation.
I take it covers for vandalism too. I mean, we've been talking a lot about weather, but
yeah. So we do have some levels of insurance for vandalism. These products are required to be fenced. It's an electric installation, so they will be fenced if there are if there is some wrongdoing by just somebody who didn't want to see the project or anything like that. Those people will be charged criminally, and then their insurance. But we have the insurance requirements to protect the landowner, protect our company, and if they did something wrong, they will be prosecuted on their level.
I know we're talking about hail and stuff. What about high winds such as a tornado? Same thing apply? Okay.
So the engineering team has to design this, and Pat, I believe this is designed for Class 2. So Class 2 winds, and yes, for tornado stuff. Again, we have to get the energy online, back on the grid, so it will be put back into operation as soon as possible, as quick as possible. Question 12C, the panels put off a lot of heat. So these projects are on single axis trackers. So they're moving this way and that way. Sunlight is going in, it's not being reflected in. That heat is actually being converted into electric, and that's what's being fed down into the inverters to convert from DC to AC. So right at the surface, there will be small amounts of heat, but because we're in shaded rows, there is cooling under those panels too. So during the daytime, of course, you'll see the heat shimmer off those projects, off the panels, but you won't have an area of intense heat rise just because of these panels. They're rotating, there's cooling, there's separation between them, there's wind blowing through them. We don't have a whole sea of glass laying there just generating heat. And again, our job is to capture that heat and convert it to electricity and put it on the grid.
I missed 12A2.
12A2. Okay, so I mentioned before the concentrated solar. Those were the only panels that had any kind of liquid in there, and those were hazardous liquids. Since we've made these technological advances, these panels are now made of just semiconducting material, glass, backing material, and some soldering. So soldering used to contain trace amounts of lead, cadmium, and those were initial items before people figured out, hey, this is an item of concern, even though they were below any threshold for contaminating concentrations of those cadmium and that type of chemical. So now most companies are going to lead-free soldering. They're making sure that they're addressing all these. I think any panel you see from 2024 on will probably not have any kind of lead-based soldering in there. So there are no liquids in there. Trace amounts of lead in the soldering, which most developers' best practices are now to move away from that lead-based soldering. So the noise level on these projects. So during construction, of course, you're gonna have the normal pile driving and construction equipment, vehicles delivering panels and other equipment here. Once these projects are in place, the panels themselves are tracking on a gear system that's relatively, it's almost noise-free. The only thing that has a slight hum here is are the inverters, and those are situated strategically well within the footprint of the project, so that they're not close to the boundary of the project. These inverters, the hum of these inverters are comparable to a refrigerator, and we will provide, and we do this for every project, a noise level analysis by an independent third party. They come in, they test these inverters, they test the noise next to the inverter, at the boundary, and this drops off really quickly. Every 20 feet you get away from that inverter. So 45 decibels is the baseline for these inverters. So there are not any specific noise issues relating to a solar project.
Got a decibel reader on my phone right now, and no one talking right now, it's at 44. Just for that. It's just kind of like if you got a car part or an engine part, anything mechanical, if it's making a lot of noise, something's probably broken, it needs to be fixed, and we will fix it.
This area will always, the project will also be fenced, and any downward lighting that is required will be there. There's not going to be a lighting pollution effect on these projects at all. So our project timeline, oh, no, I'm 13. So we have to do a check, and this has been kind of downgraded to just a courtesy check with FAA. They do a quick glare analysis. They check, see if any approaching aircraft could be affected by these. And this was a check done when there were some reflectivity concerns of aircraft coming into into that path. Now, there are solar projects all around the airports. I don't know if, like Indianapolis, there's solar facilities around lots of these airports now. It's not a major concern for any FAA impacts. So we'll provide the results of that concurrence from the FAA, but at this time, and with the status of the technology of these panels at this stage, there are no concerns for flight operations or any FAA impacts. This project is 175 megawatts, takes roughly 18 to 24 months to build. So that's why we had to get this apply for a conditional use permit this far ahead so we can get the long lead time items ordered. We do the amount of fencing, the amount of civil engineering we do. This project does have a lot of easements and encumbrances from oil operations. So we do that initial design, then we start building out. Once we start building out, putting those pile drivers in the ground, it's roughly 20 megawatts a month that can be accomplished. If there's a really hard freeze or really cold period in the winter, then that could delay it out. So I would say roughly 18 to 24 months from start of construction to get this in operation.
I want to go back to the FAA or agriculture restrictions, question 13 a little bit. When, frequently in the area we have crop duster planes that'll fly over. Has there ever been any concern by pilots or local pilots on those projects?
No, not even anecdotally, as they've been mentioned, of crop dusting operations. I think one of the bigger factors for the crop dusters are the transmission line poles. So we haven't heard even a peep about crop duster operations, either from helicopter or for low-flying aircraft.
Okay.
That last part you were talking, so construction time, go through that real quick again with me. Your construction timeline.
So the exact company is going to build this, the EPC, Engineering, Procurement, Construction Company that's going to build this. This goes out for a competitive bid. We use the ones that are more, that have the workforce, that invest more into the community. And there are about 10 major EPC companies that bid into these type of projects. The first thing they want to see is a permitting pathway, that there is a permit for it. Once they get that, we go to what they call a notice to proceed, and we get our financing locked up to acquire all this equipment. They mobilize out, and that takes a couple days, probably about 10 days, and then they start doing that civil work. And as I mentioned, probably 20 megawatts a month once we get the boundary set for that project. So we will have equipment being delivered for several months. 4 to 6 months is the estimate from the engineering folks. Once that project substation has been built, the site has been built, then we do what we call a commissioning. We start doing some testing on the system, make sure it works. There won't be any local impacts on electricity during that time. We're tying into a 345 kV line, which is way above the distribution level lines. So we do some testing on there. We make sure everything is run right. And then we have an in-service date, and that ties in with probably about 18 months from that first half of 2027.
So you're looking to begin construction first half of 2026, because one of the conditions that the zoning presented to us was shall have 3 years instead of, because typically ours is 2 years. So they looked at a condition with an exemption to go 3 years from approval of construction. Why do you need 3 years?
So one of the major components of this is getting all that DC current converted to AC, and we need a step-up transformers called a GSU, and a 345 kV transformer, which is required for this project. All the manufacturers are saying that's roughly 36 months right now. And so usually if you come with a good purchase offer, you're putting down the millions of dollars to get that on order, then they can accelerate some. So we requested that flexibility just because long lead items, such as that transformer, can take up to 3 years. We would love for it to be delivered a lot quicker than that, but it has to be built to our specifications, transported. It is a major piece of equipment, so the logistics of getting in there is pretty significant. Second to that is the network upgrades that are required by ITC Midwest. They might say we want this constructed, and they won't give you a time less than 36 months. They just give that as a default that you are not our priority, we will get to it, but here's our timeline for getting this done for you unless something changes.
So that goes back to that question when we were talking about generator interconnection agreement. That's what's tying into that. These are the components that you would to get them up to capacity to be able to get the electricity.
So
Am I
part
putting
of the
pieces together, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Part of the interconnection agreement is that we establish what network upgrades are needed. If there are items that need to be constructed, then we are putting our deposit down for that. So that ties into that full 36-month once we get the interconnection agreement in place.
Can I add one point to that? I think it's important to note on that, while we're asking for that flexibility, while we're having to pay for those network upgrades, we're not physically building those network upgrades. They are. So we're at the mercy of their timeline.
Okay.
And in most cases, they do it within time, but they give you that default because if they have large weather outages, they have a really bad year from, if it's ice or whatever, and they're backed up doing that, we are not at the top of the priority list, and it could take the 36 months. So that plays into why we're asking for a little flexibility on that.
Bill, this might be a legal question for you then. I mean, does it have to be physical construction? As they said, they're would be prepaying. Would the prepay start?
The
Would
word
that satisfy
regulation
or not?
uses construction, needs to begin.
Needs to be a physical.
Whatever
Okay.
that would mean.
And that's the start of construction, but there is nothing that regulates completion of the project?
No.
That may be Justin or
No.
Darren.
Other than there's a period in which if the project is abandoned.
Yeah.
But as long as they've initiated construction, then it would.
Because we've seen projects
That
like
would-
that happen. They start something and they sit there and then it sits there and they move dirt around for 3 years and nothing actually ever gets developed. I guess that's a little my concern. I don't, not specifically to you, but we've seen projects like that where people move dirt to show construction.
Well,
but
if
not-
is Justin still, and I don't remember if it's 6 months or a year. If there's a 6-month or year period in which they have not made any progress towards completing the project, it could be considered abandoned, which would then vacate the conditional use permit.
Mhm.
Is it 6 months, Justin, or a year?
Justin Craig, Environmental Services Director. I believe it's a year that they had to begin
Okay.
construction, and the planning and zoning was only able to extend that for another year to 2. And I believe construction can constitute starting a road or anything would.
But that's the question. They could start construction, we're in January here. That would start the construction, but then we see nothing done for another year. Coming February of 27, we haven't seen anything done. That would essentially constitute an abandonment, and and a company would have to go through the whole process again to start the project. Correct?
Correct, the way I understand it, and I believe they could come
Well,
ask for an
that would be a
extension.
determination you'd
Oh,
make as
commission.
commissioner, whether they've abandoned the
Okay.
project or not.
Okay.
So if, for example, they've done all the preliminary work they can, they're waiting for other parties to complete
Right.
the panels or whatever,
Okay.
you don't necessarily need to terminate, it doesn't automatically terminate the conditional use permit.
So that could also happen, a piece of equipment don't show up because like what you were saying, backlog, how many years? So that could happen.
It could happen. In order for us to get financing, we have to show a path. The financial diligence done on these projects is significant, and so we would have to show those purchase orders, those are safe orders, and even in an interconnection agreement, there is language in there saying that if they are not ready on their end, then it's not a fault of ours. So we want to establish that we are ready, we've done all our parts, but it's not in our control for the transmission owner to complete their, they gave us their default 36-month timeline. Sometimes it's quicker, but it's not binding. So they have that language in their connection agreement where they can say, hey, we're not ready yet. We're just gonna go through until we get ready and can bring this out on the grid.
Could be something that we might suggest to put into a certain agreement that during the construction phases, we have a monthly or quarterly update on where we're at on construction projects, equipment deliveries and timing and such. So that way throughout the entire construction project, the commission could know what's going on or why and what lead times or what. That could be something that we could add into there if you would like.
Yeah, we would certainly have no issue with that. We would recommend quarterly if possible on that. But the one thing I do want to say is we don't want to go out and start construction if we can't finish construction, right? We want to go out there in one shot. Just from a cost perspective, yeah, of course, right? Two, just from an aesthetic perspective for the community, truck traffic, all of those different things. We don't want to, start and stop and start again. We prefer to just have one continuous construction period.
One or two of the concerns were battery energy storage systems or BESS. In the Midwest here, far from the major load zones, there's not really a case for battery energy storage. In agricultural communities and low industrial generation, the batteries come into play in large cities, large load zones, early in the morning, late at night, especially that time when the sun goes down from 6 in the evening to 10 at night. Where everybody's getting home from work, everybody's flipping on, everybody's trying to cool or heat their house. That's the best case for battery. In the Midwest, there's not a use case. Batteries are very, very expensive. The use case has to be there. IBV Energy doesn't have any plans to bring battery online here or propose battery on here just because of the use case. This is a relatively rural area. The larger load zones are all the way down, maybe Kansas City, Topeka. Just the load that's needed to make batteries financially viable just doesn't exist in Ellis County.
I just want to add something real quick to that. Everybody probably wasn't even aware, but 11th and Fort, where Southwestern Bell used to be, that whole basement was full, I mean full of batteries, racks after racks. So it was right here in front of our face for years and years. So I want to bring that up. But
Tallgrass Energy Project, it can be sold. It is not our intent. The project, we established to build, own, and operate this. We do have to bring on partners to finance these. It's a very expensive endeavor. It's high risk. So we want to make sure all of the boxes are checked before we go to financing. And at that point, we can bring on a financial partner, one of the larger, even the utility might want to own this. So we do have language in there that this project can be transferred. However, all the conditions in the agreement will remain. Anybody who assumes, or if anybody ever assumes this project, they will have to meet all the terms and conditions on there. They will have to meet the financial qualification to own and operate a project like this. But that is a chance. However, nothing would affect what would happen here. All the terms of the conditional use permit will stay in effect. All the terms of the lease agreements, any other agreements we have in place will have to stay in effect. But again, IBV Energy's intent is to build, own, and operate this project.
Can you give us a little history of other projects you guys have done, what you've done with those projects, if you have sold projects to other investors, or I'd like that, please.
Yeah.
So we're co-founded the company back in 2017. And in that timeline from there to now, it's been 9 years. These projects, as you can see, to get interconnect, get all those studies done, it takes a long time. And in between there, we had COVID, we had supply chain issues that came with that, and then we've had several, hurdles to get through from a regulation standpoint. Our first project that we developed, we had a power purchase agreement for, was in Nevada, out in Boulder City. That project we developed from soup to nuts. There it was on city land, city of Boulder City. We had a power purchase agreement there with a local water authority. That power purchase agreement, and this was our first project. That power purchase agreement was signed pre-COVID. Pre-COVID electric prices were much lower at that point. So when it came time to, we got to get ready to build this project, we couldn't meet that power purchase price because just everything, price had gone up. Solar panels, power transformers, and everything. So we tried to renegotiate the power purchase price with the Water Authority. They played hardball on there. They didn't come up as much as we needed for us to do it organically, so we had to bring on a financing partner that we had to give them majority control of that. There's 2 phases. We're still involved with that throughout that process. The rest of our portfolio hasn't started construction yet because just they're not old enough and haven't gone through the life cycle. We're about to start Wisconsin. We've got 2 projects. We got 2 projects in Louisiana as well. We're working through that with a financing partner just because the ones in Louisiana, power purchase agreements were signed during COVID, and we're trying to meet those price points and not have to renegotiate that contract. And the ones in Wisconsin, we're going through, just finished the Public Service Commission permitting on that, and we're working through that project as well. But those are ones where we're going to have a partner just because they're able to do a little bit of debt equity where we can't. That can get us to that power purchase agreement price that we need to be competitive. Here, we've got a long enough time where we shouldn't need that.
Okay.
Hopefully that
I think
helps.
that helps a lot. I was going to ask you kind of follow up with that where you've seen struggles. I mean, everything sounds great and you're presenting, everything is good, but there's always, some difficulty somewhere. I think you're addressing that, and I think that's good that you have, done projects that have some difficulty with it for various reasons and can work through it. That's great. Worst case scenario. So, and this might be the kind of the bond capacity. It was just worst case scenario. You go bankrupt. How are we covered? Is that bond then? If there's nobody that wants to take over the project, that's kind of, you could sell it and that'd be great. You got the opportunity to make money. That's fine. But then the backside is if you're not there.
Yeah, absolute worst case scenario, right? If something were to happen, that bond covers everything. Everything comes out of the ground. The bond covers cleanup, restoration, decommissioning, everything. But let's talk the other, if something happened in this project, like you mentioned earlier, right? If there's a hailstorm or a tornado, everything's done. These projects take so long. There's so much value in that interconnect position and in that power purchase agreement. A bank, another developer, someone will come along and buy those rights to be able to come in because your infrastructure's still there, right? Your transmission grid is still going to be there. If something happens to that, SPP and the transmission owner are going to rebuild all of that. They have to provide power. So all that's going to be there. So a project that takes this long, has a power purchase agreement in this range, it's going to have value. So somebody will pick that up and run with it should a scenario like that happen. It's going to be us because, we base this off a long period. It takes us X amount of years to pay the bank back, and then after that's where we're making our margin. So it's inherent for us to run a business that's sound, that's efficient, so that we can do that and take advantage of this project for the long haul. But like you said, there are challenges that come along that, it's our job to problem solve. If everything stayed like it was in 2017, we'd have probably 2 gigawatts of projects up and running by now. But things have happened, and you got to get creative to whether it's bring on a financing partner or sell a minority interest to a company that may have several main power transformers or the GSUs that Steve was talking about. Some of these companies that are huge will pay a price to get a place in line for some of those. And then later on, let's say they have a project that doesn't get approved that was allocated for one of those. Well, now they're willing to resell that, but for an added value, or let them come in on the project. And we're going to be competitive. We're going to keep our word. If we sign a contract with a utility or a data center, we want to keep our word to that, and we'll get creative to do that. And sometimes that stuff happens.
Okay. And no current projects in Kansas, though. Or are you looking at other projects in Kansas?
We've got one more project in Kansas. It's a little bit behind this, but similar timeframe.
Electricity, you had a great example. I'd like to hear that example for the public as well on the power staying local or staying in Kansas. Explain how power works or electricity works.
Yeah, so this project, the off-taker can be 1 or 2 states away, but the electrons are generated here. It goes on the grid here in Kansas. The local utilities pull that power from the available electrons that's closest to them. They do this through a day-ahead market. They do this real time. They pull that power from local electrons. So we're not sending electrons over the border to anywhere. We're pushing that into the grid here. The utilities, the cooperatives, any off-takers local off-takers are taking those electrons from this grid here. What we're doing is, because of those network upgrades, that system is a lot more robust, so we can have some redundancy in not having to pull power from somewhere else for this local community. The power is being generated right here, and solar doesn't need any fuel. We generate with the sun, even cloudy days, so that power is there. The electrons are here locally, even though somebody may purchase their share of what they need in Topeka or all the way into another state. So that's how the grid works. You generate here, it goes into your transmission grid here. The utilities pull down from those electrons, and they don't pull from somewhere far. So creates a much better system, a much more reliable grid infrastructure. So for fires, again, these are electric components. So there is some cabling on there. There's some heat that's being transferred to electricity. We're aware that there are high wind hazards here. But these components are not flammable like batteries, we can run off. But say if a fire generates an electric fire, it would be treated as an electric fire by first responders. We make sure that the first responders have the adequate training equipment to address these. There'll be knock boxes on the site for access. And as Pat mentioned, we don't want a first responder to go out there, endanger their life trying to put out a fire. Our initial intent is to let that burn. If there's insurance, we can do it. If there's a chance of that escaping then into a wildfire scenario, then we'll make sure that the first responders, the fire, wildlife fire crews, and the fire response team know how to treat this. There's not a lithium ion factor in here for runoff for batteries. These are panels on high beams in the ground with cabling. So anything with electricity, there is a fire risk. We have to meet all of the FERC requirements for that electricity going on the grid. But that's our intent, that's our plan. We will submit a full, Pat, was the emergency response plan already submitted?
I don't believe it was submitted yet, but we can submit one to you. Just a draft of one. As we start to go through this process, we will want to coordinate with all of the emergency personnel in the area, make sure they have an opportunity to have input in this. And then as we go through the procurement process prior to construction, we're going to have exact details of the equipment that'll be on site, the fire protection manuals, all of those things that will be put into this document. So at this point, emergency response plan is pretty light in nature. And, you know, as we get through procurement, it'll get much more detailed with all of that information.
Okay. Our fire chief's right here, so what do you want to address anything this time? What do you, is that part of the CUP potentially? What is needed in an emergency response that we would want to see?
We definitely work with them on their emergency response plans. Just like we do with Buckeye Wind Farm. They were just here last month. We go out there, we have annual training, all law enforcement, EMS, and fire department, our regional rescue team all work together, and we have annual training events with them. I would suspect this would be the same thing. It's just a different type of scenario. I don't want to say there's no concerns on fire because there's always concerns, no matter if it's your house, this building, a grass fire, commercial fire. It's just having the plans in place, having the training available, which we've talked about those, and it's not as simple as flipping a switch to eliminate the electrical current, but they do have sensors. We've talked about those that once there is an issue, the panels and electricities are shut off into those sections, and then essentially we would most likely this is going to be looking at a grass fire. It's no different than out on a typical fire where an electrical fire gets started from an old or from the older transmission lines in the oil field. Sometimes, once it's into a safe position, we just let the fire burn to us and we put it out. And these are in small enough cells, several acres apiece for each. It's not one big 1,800 square foot patch. There's dozens of little patches throughout these 1,800 acres that I think there's only about 700 acres spread out over those 2,000 acres that actually are covered with panels. So we would just let the fires burn to us and we would put them out. The panels aren't far enough to drive or high enough that we would drive underneath them or pull lines underneath them, etc. It's just, like I say, I wouldn't say there's no concerns, but nothing to discuss at this point that
And they're
we haven't
fencing off
identified.
within our emergency response. We're able to just go through fences if we need to, right?
Yes, we can cut fences as they had stated. They'll provide Knox box access. What those are, it's a nationally designed system that provides, we have one on this building, fire departments to be able to access without cutting fence, cutting doors, opening doors, breaking glass. They also made padlocks, so that way if we don't worry about having a key on us, the Knox box makes padlocks that you can put on gates. We actually have one of those in town as well that we just know what the code is. We can get into it without causing any damage. Or you just get out the typical bolt cutters and you can cut through a fence.
This kind of goes to Buckeye and them. There's lots of regulations you got to go through. EPA, you got the Department of Army Corps of Engineers, you got state and federal regulations and all those, and you're working through all those. You're gonna provide that information, but where do we keep that information? So like Buckeye, I'm assuming they have similar regulations that they had to meet to be able to put in wind turbines. Are those documentations kept at the county somewhere?
The county clerk is the keeper of the documents. So she would have some based on, I know there's files upstairs on the Buckeye Wind Farm. All the stuff that's registered to be recorded is also has documents in it within the Register of Deeds office as well.
And that's publicly accessible at a free or at a cost, or how does the public access documentation if they want to?
Bobby Drowning, County Clerk. Anybody can come in my office and request to see any of their records. If they want copies, there is a cost for that, but what's available in my office can be seen at my office.
We'd like to talk about the open house at Ellis on the 22nd. This is in their private venue room. We set up 2 stations. It's recommended to try to have 2 separate times where people can attend during lunch or after dinner. We're going to have several experts there, engineering, environmental, transmission, to answer any questions, any concerns you may have. But the purpose of this is to put as much information out there. We know we're asking a lot of the county and seeking approval of the CUP. So we want to make sure that the community has a chance to engage and get their answers to their questions.
Few follow-up questions. One, just subsidies, subsidized project 1. County's not subsidizing this, but you're probably receiving federal subsidies, I guess, maybe not. If you could speak to how other than financiers, is this project something that has to be done because of federal subsidies that are potentially going away or in place, or could you speak to that?
So some provisions of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act require that projects be in construction or commercial operation by a certain date. In construction before the end of June this year, 2026 already, COD. Without that, you won't meet the requirements for subsidies. Another part of the subsidy question is the fiat concerns. We are not concerned with using any foreign entities. To answer your question, the big part of this is getting into construction or ordering safe harboring equipment before that time frame there. So we can't order any of that equipment without a permitting path forward.
To follow up with that a little bit, I'm gonna have Justin come up, because I'm just gonna address, I guess, one of the barriers to this project is the public. The general public felt like they didn't get notified soon enough. They've been around since 2022, kind of doing studies and those things. Public feels like they didn't quite get enough notice, and then along with that, it came over holiday season. So just addressing that bear, it feels like this kind of got snuck in because of the holidays and trying to push something through. So if you would address how the notifications went out, why that timing, and any of those kind of things.
Sure. So we didn't really have anything to share until we received the application. Once we receive that application, we have to post it in the Hayes Daily newspaper 20 days, at least 20 days prior to the public hearing. And at that same time, we mail out all the notifications to every resident or property owner within 1,000 feet of the conditional use permitting area. We mail those out, and they have to be sent out at least 20 days prior to the public hearing. With that, it was some of the timing with Thanksgiving. It was unfortunate with that, but we said we didn't have anything to share until it was time to share it, and we shared it in the normal process that we do. And then we posted it online on our planning and zoning, I believe, 2 weeks prior to the meeting, our agenda for that public hearing.
If you, speak to that, of your timing and why,
So
why now when you've been here maybe
Right.
for a few years.
For all that long, for all that time. There are some triggers on milestones of when we can go and start spending large amounts of money throughout the project. That transmission study that we got back summer, December, but the one before that was summer timeframe. When we got that one back and those numbers came back favorable for us, that was a trigger for us. Okay, now we can start moving in the field to do some of the field studies and then de-risk that part. But the first thing we had to de-risk was the transmission side. We got that study back late summer, the results of that study. And so then we could begin field work to put together a package for you. And that's when we approached the county that here's what we got, what we're looking for, and start getting into the process cycle for permitting. But until I have that transmission study back, I don't want to come, get your hopes up that a project's coming or create work for you, or stir up, hey, there's this project coming, when I don't know until I get that study back, right? So that's the reason for the timing. We got that study back. We started doing our process of field studies, wetland delineations, all those things that had to be done to put together a package to come before the county.
And those kind of processes are essentially between a private entity, you, and a private landowner. There's no reason, kind of looking at Darren or Craig, I mean.
That's correct.
As far as us being involved in it, whether it's solar, whether it's a research into drilling oil, or putting up a large storage building of some sort, the research into that has no impact on us because that's between two private parties at that point.
That's correct.
Can you address that then? You touched on it there at the beginning, why else kind of those things, but you also, you didn't quite go into, the landowner. You have to have somebody that's willing to work with you, kind of. So if you'd give a little history on how you were able to essentially locate the location here in Ellis County outside of just the transmission line and those things, you got to have a willing partner.
So our outreach to landowners is based on taking a look at that transmission and then looking at landowner records. And it's essentially a cold call out to a landowner closest to that transmission line and asking if they'd be interested in siting or having a solar project on their parcel. What we did look at is make sure that we're not, that we can coexist with oil and gas exploration. We don't want to take prime farmland out of production. So some of that is to give back a little bit on not taking prime farmland, not making extra work for us, engaging with landowners who get, who think that the project it's just more than a speculation. So we have to engage with those landowners, and it usually takes a couple times sitting at the kitchen table, walking through that agreement, having their attorneys review those agreements, sit down and say, hey, this is a long-term effort. And so this land might be an option here. This land could be an option, but we're looking at several different land owners. Once we run the modeling of what we think the capacity could be on that transmission line, when we reach out to all nearby adjacent landowners, in this case, the parcels with existing pump jacks on site look favorable because you're not taking prime farmland out. Renewables and gas and oil exploration can co-use. And so that was one of the major factors here, just reaching out to landowners close to that transmission line, and just the nature of one-on-one engagement with landowners, and let them know, hey, and we're asking for like a long-term development agreement, and then a lease agreement that's long-term also. So we can look at this, go through all these studies, get all the way to year 4 or 5, and come back with some negative results, and then we tell them, hey, thank you for your time, and then we walk away. So we have to have willing landowners who are willing to wait it out with us and be actively engaged, and who are active in the community, so they can explain the benefits or what this solar project can bring to the community.
This project on this land, I don't have it just in front of me. How many total acres? But it's not taking up the total acreage. It's taking up, I don't know, like a third of the acreage, I believe, or something.
So right now, the spacing we have in this, if there's space, if the rows of panels are too close together, then you get shading on one another. So right now, our ground coverage ratio, which is the amount of ground that's actually under coverage, 33%. So 1/3 of 1,156 acres and 80 acres right now. So of that, we only have roughly, I'd say 850 acres in the fenced area with rows on it. And then of that, there's only 33% ground coverage with panels.
There's oil jacks there. Could the landowners continue? Could they add another? I mean, are there restrictions as far as what you would put on that, as far as further oil exploration, as far as cattle, sheep, goats?
So, yeah, Kansas has a statute where we have to maintain a 330 foot setback from those existing encumbrances. So any leased area for oil and gas exploration, we have to include that setback, 330 feet. Their access roads, we can't be on those either. And so we have to come to agreements with each of these oil interests, gas interests on that site. Our lease is specifically for solar collection with PV panels. So we have to work that part of the agreement with the landowner, where we're setting up infrastructure for a solar project, and also allow the existing oil and gas interests to continue their operations. And with that, we have numerous oil and gas interests where we have to have surface waivers or mutual non-disturbance agreements in place with them.
Okay. So once that boundary's kind of set, though, the 380 foot set, or whatever the setbacks end up being, I'm not gonna, there may be further setbacks, but that would be the restriction, though, because once that's set, if they wanted to explore gas within that, they wouldn't be able to further, because that would then violate that setback on their part.
Well, yeah, they have a specific encumbrance for that drill site. If they have additional acreage, then we can have the surface. They can go diagonally or directionally.
Okay.
And so we can coexist, we can co-use. All we're asking for is the surface rights to collect these. So any existing oil and gas mineral rights will remain in place.
Okay. Going into your construction of the project, one of the concerns that was raised to me is, this kind of goes back to Buckeye and other wind projects, that they ended up not utilizing much local local electricians or local construction to be able to put the project in. And so I'd like you to address that, whether you're gonna use local or whether you have construction companies that you contract with that do these things for you, how that's gonna impact potentially the local economy as far as jobs and material. And if you're looking for any incentives, sometimes you have sales tax incentives and stuff like that. If you could address some of those things.
And so we like to use local workforce as much as possible. Our EPC contractor who bids and wins this bid to construct this, they would rather use local folks instead of mobilizing folks, spending hotels, transporting folks out here to work, sending them back on the weekends. So their first intent is always to use the local labor workforce. If they are qualified labor forces in the county, I would almost bet that's who would get used for this instead of bringing folks out from a different county or a different state as a whole. But just the benefits of using a local workforce, they know the area, they might even know the landowners. We're using, for the concrete pads, we're using local batch plants in town and in the county. So our intent is always to use local before bringing somebody out, some other firms out. One big question is always the number of qualified laborers. A lot of this work is not highly tech heavy. So if there are existing workforces in town, in the county as a whole, then of course we'd use them. But again, the EPCs who get awarded the contract to build this, they select and build their subs based on what's available in the county.
Buckeye's a wind farm, right?
Yeah.
And I would just add to that, it's a little more specialized in construction of a wind farm versus a solar farm. We're a little more simpler and find people to work on the ground a lot easier than 300 feet in the air.
In the posts you drive in to hold your panels, those are not concreted in. I know there was some discussion on that, phone calls, so. Everybody was concerned when it does go that you got concrete pads everywhere.
Yeah, for the wind turbines, they have to put in some fairly large concrete foundations bases for those. For these, we're using machinery to just drive those I-beams down to the depth that the engineering determines based on the geotechnical analysis there. So no concrete's in the ground. We will pour slab on grade for these inverters across the project footprint. So nothing deep in the ground like on a wind farm.
And each one of those panels weighs how much, approximately?
88 pounds. Yeah, they're advancing, but they still they're at that size. And right now the plan is to have them a certain level below above the grass, and a certain height, probably max of 12 feet at the fullest tilt there. So.
Okay. So I want to, I guess, kind of pivot off the project a little bit and then go into a couple of the different areas that do really concern the commission ultimately. It's pilot payments, payment in lieu of taxes. That was kind of the concern out of zoning, but I kind of addressed that to people that reached out to me. That's not really a zoning question. That is a commission question on, what kind of agreement comes to, what the financing may look like as far as the benefit to the county and the public. So I guess where are we at on that? Well, I mean, we're really not anywhere because we haven't considered anything, but we do have examples of pilot with Buckeye. I think that's kind of where we started initially, as far as here's an example of one currently in place in Ellis County, and we need opportunity to negotiate if we're going to a pilot payment for here. So I don't know how, if Darren wants to address it kind of first, what a pilot payment is, history on it, or if you guys want to address it on.
So pilot payment is a payment in lieu of taxes. So if you look back into the early 2000s, the teens of 2000s, or roughly about 2014, I believe, a pilot payment was agreed upon for the construction and development of the Buckeye Wind Farm. State statutes have since changed, but there's a pilot payment for that Buckeye Wind Farm for the next 40 years that started at a certain dollar amount and it escalates every single year. We're up to about $180,000 a year is what we get for that pilot payment. Statutes have changed. I think it was in 2016 or 2018. The state cannot abate the taxes on solar farms at that point, at that level anymore. So the cap is at 10 years. So we had a pilot payment for up there. The statutes have changed. We do have a draft proposal that we've received from IBV. That will continue the discussion over the next couple months between myself, Bill Jeter, and the commission through executive sessions. A good example here is they know a number that they want to present. They know a number that we know a number that the county wants to offer back. It's just like going simple terms. At this point, going in to buy a car, the dealership knows they want so much for a car. You go in knowing how much less you want to pay for that car, and you work out. So we're going to have those negotiations over the next couple months with the goal of hopefully the next 2 months through several meetings, maybe some special meetings, potentially as we discuss here in the next couple meetings, hire an outside legal firm to help negotiate and construct these legal documents. That also bleeds over past the pilot payment. That's not the true concern, is how much taxes that the county could get over the next 10 years of that tax abatement. And then it comes back onto the tax rolls after that. But there's also several other agreements that we've also worked through. We had road use agreements for the wind farm. We'll have a similar type road use agreement. I wouldn't say it's simpler, but it's, they're only looking over a 2-mile pad area, a couple thousand acres. The wind farm was over about 18 miles, 15 miles. A lot more hauls, a lot more equipment that would be delivered. So we have a sample road use agreement that would also be reviewed as well. As part of your commission packet today, there's about 150 pages worth of documents that they provided. Another one of those documents that need to be negotiated and worked through is that decommissioning plan. It's been brought up several times today. That'll be something that we work throughout as part of the Ellis County team and then back and forth with IBV. Another agreement that will be worked upon is the county will incur expenses potentially if the commission would want to hire a firm to do the work. So we do have a sample agreement. IBV has agreed to pay up to a certain amount. That agreement is still being negotiated. So that way the county does not encumber, I'm going to say $100,000 in expense for a legal team to review all the documents, make sure the county's protected, not just within the next few months of this process, but through the life of this project. So that's something else that the county commission will need to consider over the next couple months. And then all the conditional use permit documents, the resolutions, making sure that all of those are properly recorded and reviewed by a legal team, not just by Mr. Jeter, which he was willing to offer his assistance as well, but having outside counsel that specializes in these types of wind and solar projects as well. And then there's several of those are also part of that conditional use permit discussion that was provided by planning and zoning. But we have also several other that are listed in your commission agenda that we need to address with them as we move forward. Does that kind of answer what you were reaching for? Is we have started the work on this. I know that's maybe one of the items that the public would like to know is what those all look like, but until they're negotiated, they can't be approved by the county commission until they're negotiated, agreed upon on both sides, and then the county commission would have to bring it back to a future meeting in the next couple months. So it'll probably be several meetings. Every other probably commission meeting will have discussions on this. Ultimately, the pilot payment, the road use agreement, the decommissioning plan, all the CUP documents would be on county commission agendas in the next couple months over several meetings to have the commission review and approve them in open session. That way all the documents are made public at that point.
And again, yeah, I mean, we have to work through negotiation or talk about the pilot payment. And again, this is the first opportunity the three commissioners have been able talk publicly. So again, the idea, we don't know what the pilot payment is or what it's going to negotiate because we haven't had the opportunity to meet publicly to even start talking that process. We all, I think, individually talk to us and say, hey, here's what pilot payments are. This is what we have currently. I got examples here. Buckeye, that's, as you said, we have a pilot payment in place for a similar project, a wind project. But our negotiations with you, I think you've presented something to us, but we haven't had the opportunity as a commission to be able to talk about it. I think there's examples. We have several examples Darren provided to us: Ellis, Ford County, Nemos, Sumner, Trigo, Bourbon, ranging anywhere from almost 4,000 a megawatt to just $650 to $4,000 a megawatt. So that kind of gives the public, I think, an idea. This is, I think you said, a 175 megawatt project. So there's similar projects out there. Most of them are all wind. Bourbon County at 195 megawatt, right at just under $1,000 a megawatt on their pilot payment. Cedar Bluff and Trigo next door, 188 megawatt project, right at $1,600 a megawatt is what their pilot. There is a solar proposed in Bourbon County, a 400 megawatt. Their pilot payment proposed right now that we have is $1,500. So I'll let you address that a little bit on how you guys look to negotiate pilot programs and if megawatts is what you look at, or if there's other factors that you look at.
So as a whole, we had to come to the county with a strong offer. We did see what the Buckeye Wind project looked like. Since then, as Darren mentioned, the state statute has changed where pilot agreement can only be entered into for 10 years before it reverts back to the tax rules in the state. So those payments go directly to the county to use however they want. So we had to come with a really strong offer to the county. That price per megawatt that we came in is based on our costs for network upgrades, for what the competitive price of power is, and what we are going to spend to get to that competitive price of power. So I would like to say that we came with a very strong offer, just out the blocks, to make sure that the county knew we were serious. I wanted to get this done, or looked at, reviewed, and know that you're getting the best deal that we could offer to keep, while keeping our price of power competitive. So that's how we came up with that initial pilot per megawatt payment. We know there are a couple different conditions on that, but I would say the overall spend on this project is a $275 million project. We have to consider just about every aspect of this. Just the price of capital has changed significantly since then. The Buckeye Wind project, their net capacity factor is double what a solar project can produce. So all those play into it, and we wanted to come to the county with our best offer right out the bat.
And so after 10 years, then property owners still paying taxes on the property itself. After 10 years, once it comes on the tax rolls, then how's it taxed?
So it's not necessarily as a state assessed utility, but there is, and we should have had, I don't think Eugene's down here. He could explain it better. In part of the proposal that they have there are estimates on what those impacts will be come year 11. If, say, they go in line on 2019, so that would be roughly, 2029. 2039, it would come onto the tax rolls. And I believe it was about $1 million of added, not the valuation, but the actual tax dollars that would come onto directly to the different entities that are out there in that area. That includes the school districts, the fire districts, and the county as well. There's no city property taxes that would be gained because this is all in the unincorporated areas of Ellis County. And those are assessed by the commercial rate, I believe, at 25%. And then it's not based on the land. I believe there's agreements that they could probably speak to between what it does to the land and what it may increase the valuation for that. But they pay the property taxes on the actual infrastructure itself on that rate. And there's examples. I could probably try to scroll through these 200 and some pages on the agenda and try to find that for you. If you'd like, you can see a little bit more. The public can see what those
The
estimates
pilot
are.
payment doesn't start until they're online, so.
Correct.
You know, they come online in 2029, so, you know, we're already going into budget season 2027. This doesn't affect 27, probably doesn't affect 2028 as far as county budget and potentially property relief to the public. That wouldn't potentially happen until 2029, until they're online. So maybe they come online earlier, 2028, it would start then, or maybe there's some sort of delay and it's 2030.
That's true. It's going to be several years before we get it. There's different ways that we can structure the pilot payment of when that actually is, and maybe IBV would be open to when that payment is done to kind of help us plan for our budget session instead of it coming online, you know, because we approve the budgets in September, so maybe we can work that agreement out that is made at a certain time of year that would be beneficial to us that they could financially work through as well. But it's also a key to note here for the public, we can't, that's several budget years out, so we cannot speak for ourselves for the county as what that money could be spent or budget for it at this point. And it's the same thing for the school districts 10 years from now is whatever that dollar amount is. Once it's online and they know it's coming, they can at least plan for it, but you can't allocate and say what you're going to do for it because you can't hold yourself or a future commission accountable for what those future tax dollars could be used for, if that makes sense.
Yes. But there's also on the other side of it, there's not really any restriction on what you want to use it for, right?
Correct. You could put it directly to pay, let's just say it's $1 million a year. That's what the county would get. That would be great. But you could say the one commission could say we're going to take that $1 million a year and we're going to put it directly into what we call Fund 78 for road and bridge improvements. That way it could be specifically used to maintain and upkeep roads and bridges throughout the county. Or you can put it as a simple line item in the budget that you can just say, we're putting this in there and it's going to be another added revenue line to the general fund to offset property taxes. Or you could use it for a specific other purpose that a certain fund could, you could say even more specific to the general fund, we're going to put it in as revenue to help offset the cost of the Ellis County Jail because that costs millions of dollars a year. So there's several options of what you can use that for into the future. It just depends on how you use it, what type of fund it goes on to, if it becomes budgeted or unbudgeted.
Road use agreements, go into that a little bit. So that's not necessarily part of the pilot or is it? It's the
It's a
own
separate
agreement. And same with the emergency management plan.
Correct.
Those are two conditions that we need to work through as well, but those are going to be separate plans.
The road use agreement we've worked through, Brendan and I have met several times, and Brendan gave a list of about half a dozen questions. One of the big things that we have left is the haul route of bringing the equipment in. How much equipment, what size, what weight, what widths is going to help determine what best route is, what direction they're coming. Are they coming from the south, northeast, west, or are they coming off I-70? So that way, if we know what roads, what asphalt, what dirt roads that are going to be identified that they're going to be travel on, so that way we have that in place. And then how that's structured and set up, if we set up an escrow account, that I believe in the Buckeye Wind Farm, we had an escrow account of $100,000 that was paid to the county up front. If the county did a road improvement, they tore out a culvert and replaced it because one was crushed or collapsed, and they spent $20,000, that money would come out of that escrow account, and then the Buckeye team would then replenish that escrow account back up to $100,000. So that way the county always had funds to be able to use without impacting the county operations or the Public Works Department's budget for other type of expenses that are planned throughout the year.
Do these roads need to be potentially improved to be able to handle traffic? I mean, we got a road use agreement, so it could be a road improvement or road just maintaining it as is, or
That's one of the questions
we have to answer yet.
one of the questions is, the Yosemite Bridge is maybe one option if they're coming off of I-70, turn south onto Yosemite, come down by the grain elevator, by the railroad tracks. That's a bridge that we know that we were applying for grants on that needs to be redecked, hundreds of thousands of dollars to do. If they have sizes and weight limits and stuff on their trucks, we're not going to use that route. We'd identify a different route because they're not going to pay for us to replace the bridge, so to speak. I mean, if they want to, I guess the offer's on the table. But
Put your name on it.
all those factors are still being worked out as to a lot of the questions that Brendan has been passed along, and that would all, the haul route and all that information would be identified in the agreement. Another part of that agreement that IBV has agreed to is they would allow us to hire a local engineer or an engineering firm, say, I'm not saying this is who we would use, but one that we commonly use for bridges is Penco. Another for roads is Kirk and Michael. We could use their services and IBV would pay for them to do a pre-construction survey and analysis of all the roads that they're going to be using. And then every couple months, they would do updates throughout the construction phase to make sure that nothing is damaged or needs to be replaced. So that way we have an analysis before it starts, what they're doing to the roads after construction starts, and then do a post-analysis of the roads and the bridges after the project is completed to ensure that any damage caused by this, they are obligated and would be on the hook to help put the roads back into the same or at least a better condition than they are before the construction started. And that was one of our requests, is to have us pick that local firm that knows Ellis County, has already worked with our roads and bridges. So that way we know that we're getting good quality engineering services from for our public works department to know that those roads and bridges are being taken care of.
Does that mean if we have to do improvements and stuff, that falls on our public works to do the actual work on those roads? Which ties up their time and efforts on what they're already doing.
It could be, I don't know, in the different routes, Brendan can probably speak to it. The biggest concern, I think, was that Yosemite Bridge. Luckily, in that area, there's not another, compared to like the north part of the county where there's a lot more bridges along the Saline River or the Smoky in the south, but
You're talking
Brendan
about
can
the
speak to
Yosemite
that.
Bridge by the grain elevator out there, kind of
Yes.
jaws across the railroad and that.
Yes, sir.
Probably a good location to have a lot of traffic go across. But
Brendan McKay, Public Works Director. So like what happened to the Buckeye Wind Farm, I was not here for that one, but having been involved on a wind farm and a road use agreement before, a lot of times that agreement will be worked out that if the commissioners wish the county to perform the work, we will perform the work. It'll be reimbursed by the contractor, the energy firm in this case, or what was done in the past that I'm familiar with is any upgrades that have been done, they get approval from us and they contract out the work separately. The wind towers, when they bring a new tower in, the roads aren't designed to have those oversized loads. So they have to put in turning radiuses. If they are doing it privately, we don't have to get an easement to go off property. That is all handled on their own end. With solar farms, you don't really have those oversized loads, nor do you have overweight loads generally. But you do have tractor trailers, and some of those roadways are only 40-foot right-of-ways. So that for ease of their operations, they may need to widen out the curb on those sections of roadways. We can perform that work via private easements, or we can have the contract them perform it themselves with contractors, and they can acquire their own private easement or temporary easement to widen out those curves. But the improvements would just become a discussion between us and them if they're adequate for their use, or if they're not, then we can either come to that point in time, decide to improve it ourselves with reimbursement costs, or have them contract provided labor to perform any improvements. But not knowing exactly who, what, where, why, when, we've identified a few different routes, just talking with them, hearing back from their engineers, number of loads, types of loads, and what direction they intend to be coming from.
and we essentially have final say on that, because I mean, I could, just getting an argument's sake, they could say, "Yeah, this road is adequate," but
That's
it's
where that
our
third
determination
party,
that it's adequate or not.
The third-party engineer that they would be paying for it, but we're looking after our interests as well by doing a pre, an ongoing, and a post. Determine condition of the road before, while it's ongoing, and after to make sure that we are made whole.
Well, we've asked a lot of questions.
Anything further? Um, Again, today is a non-voting. We're here to do fact-finding, ask questions. I think we've done a lot of that. I want to ask about the petition. So out of the zoning, a petition, and I believe it has met the 20% land. I think we have 8 petitions, but it needs to be a certain amount. Bill, if you would address what that may mean. Again, we're not voting today, so I would take it has no impact on our discussions today, but it may have impact in future commission meetings.
What, what it means, and I haven't personally, I looked at the protest petitions, determined accuracy of signatures and that kind of thing, and ownership. I haven't personally determined whether it's 20% or more, but I've been told that it is. That being the case, then it requires any decision approving the conditional use permit takes a unanimous decision of the county commissioners.
So 3-0.
So it'd take a 3-0 vote.
Okay.
If it's 2 in favor and 1 against, then that's not sufficient to approve.
Okay. And that's just for the CUP. So things like if we agree on, well, I guess we have to hit the conditions, all these conditions. We couldn't necessarily agree on the road use agreement prior. I mean, that we have to agree on that to be able to approve this
Well,
CUP.
you would approve the conditional use permit.
Yeah.
Subject to
To all
reaching
the-
agreements on the
on
other
the
agreements,
conditions.
the pilot, decommission, road maintenance,
Okay.
fire and emergency plan, whatever else you may want to.
What's the process? So if we meet those conditions, do we do it by consensus first as we go through this process
Well,
potentially, or?
We'll enter into negotiations with the developer, and once agreements have been finalized by both parties by consensus, then we'll have to bring that back here to the commission for the commission approval
Okay.
at a public meeting.
Something like that, if we were to agree, if we want to work with an outside agent to negotiate or on our behalf, pilot payment, that wouldn't necessarily be a 3-0. The petition's not necessarily on that part, it's just on the conditional use.
Just on the conditional use permit.
Okay, thank you. So, yeah, so there isn't, so just acknowledging that there is a petition. I don't, Bobby, have you verified signatures, or is that your spot?
No, I don't believe I have to verify signatures. Like what Bill said, they were just looked over as far as landowners. So I really don't know that process.
Okay.
I guess Mr. Jeter would have to guide me on that.
And that petition's in place, essentially. I mean, I don't expect us to have any, over the next month or 2 or something, so.
Well,
It's 3 months or 6 months or
That
a year
petition
from
had
now.
to be, the protest had to be filed by December 31st.
Yes.
December 29th, I think.
Yeah, but there's no,
Okay.
there's no,
Okay.
No, it's in place.
till whenever.
There's either sufficient signatures or there's not.
So
My
whenever.
understanding, there are
Yeah.
sufficient signatures, and so it would require unanimous.
So
vote
regardless
whenever
of
that
the
vote's
time,
taken.
whenever it may come.
Right.
If and when it comes. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna read through the conditions again, just so the public is again aware of what has to be met from, through some of the agreements, even to be able to consider a vote from us. Again, today we're not voting. We're here to discuss and ask questions that the public has brought to us, but there are conditions that need to be met that we still need to work through and discuss. The application shall have 3 years from approval of conditional use permit to start construction. Kind of discussed that today a little bit already, of why instead of 2 and 3. Application shall obtain a building permit for Ellis County Building Department prior to construction. That's for your, the building for day-to-day work and those things, but there will need to be an application that will go through Ellis County Building Department for that. Applicant shall provide Ellis County Planning Department with the assorted permits required to construct the facility, county, state, federal, EPA, Department of, Corps of Engineers and so forth. And we kind of discussed that, where those are kept and how those come to us. Applicant shall provide an updated decommissioning plan and financial assurances, and that's again part of our discussions. We have some of those decommissioning in here, but we'll have further discussions to make sure we have a full decommissioning plan before consideration of a CUP. And applicant shall enter a road use agreement satisfactory to Ellis County Financial Assurances. And we just had part of that discussion with our road and bridge on how we continue to have talks about that and make sure those things are met before we consider. So those 5 conditions have to be met before we can put this on to an agenda where we potentially entertain a vote on it. With that then, thank you. If there's further questions, I'll ask you up, but I will have the opportunity for the public to speak. As I addressed at the beginning, this is the non-voting session, so I'm asking the public if there's questions that you did not hear us ask or further clarification that you want, that those are what you would address the commission. I'm asking the public not to entertain into the pros and cons or fors or against or please vote no or please vote yes kind of debate. This isn't a debate at this time. It is a fact-finding commission, questions to be asked and answered. And if we can't find the answers today, of course, IBV is going to represent themselves on the 22nd, but we may have to call them back for further questions. So that's what I'm asking the public to kind of weigh in as they use public comment to us and address the commission. So at this time, anybody that would like to address the commission, please come forward. And please speak into the microphone and state your name.
Hello, I'm Jackie Augustine. I'm a resident of Shawnee County, but have many Augustine relatives in Ellis County. I'm here representing Audubon of Kansas. I'm the executive director. We have recently facilitated the establishment of a local Audubon chapter in the county, and we also hold Kansas Lectrex Prairie Chicken Festival in Hayes, where we solicit or offer tours to private landowners in the area to see greater and lesser prairie chickens. And we're really appreciative of the landowners and the ranchers that preserve our grasslands. We support clean energy, but I guess the biggest question I have is we always think that clean energy should go on already developed lands, so row crop agriculture, commercial lands, and that this particular installation is installing on native prairie. We only have 20% of our native mixed grass prairie left in North America, and so our biggest concern is that this is on native lands. We also are concerned that the conditional use permit does not have any setbacks for wildlife, and so I'm really glad that IVP is monitoring prairie chickens, but the question is, well, if they find prairie chickens on the property, what are the setbacks and how is that going to change their their procedure? We also really want to make environmental monitoring data publicly available so I know, I heard that they did some studies on prairie chickens, for example, and that it's available to the commission. It'd be great if that data was also available to the public, because really, there's not a lot of data of how prairie chickens and other grassland wildlife interact with solar energy facilities. And so this could be a requirement of the county commissioners that studies be done and made public, and would really help us guide solar development in other places in Kansas. And so having data that is before, during, and after construction on prairie chickens, on insects, on plant diversity would be really helpful. And so I would request that. I'm glad that they talked about only native plant species being planted. That would be another one of our requirements. I read the conditional use permit, and it said that if a tree was taken down, that they would replace the tree. We're in prairie country. I would think that we would want to get rid of trees and not replace them. And so all the vegetation and landscaping around this facility should be native grasses that are indigenous to the county. We talked very briefly about fencing. I'm not sure, I didn't see what kind of fencing is around the facility, but I would encourage the commission to require it to be wildlife friendly. And so having corridors for deer to move through, or that it's so far, or there's holes along the ground for foxes and for prairie chickens and anything else that might want to move through that fence. So wildlife friendly fencing would be great. They also mentioned that prairie habitat restoration is not required by KDWP or the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, but you as county commissioners could require that habitat restoration monies be made available. Prairies have evolved with fire and grazing, but they haven't evolved with shade and disturbance. And so they are destroying, they are going to change the native grass that's there. And so you could require habitat restoration. And part of your comprehensive plan is a recognition that this is the pheasant capital of the world. This is prime, grasslands are where pheasants are at. And so doing these things would help meet that. And so I just, lots of people here, I just want to summarize that. Thank you, commissioners, for taking the time to become involved and informed about this. And I know that you're going to make the best decision for agriculture, prairie habitat, and human recreation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I do have a letter that follows up with some details that I want to give to the commission, and that I'll also give to the planning committee. I have a few extras.
Morning.
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 My name is Kurt Von Bolkern. I'm the land manager for CHS. We own the Caw pipeline. The Caw pipeline is a crude oil pipeline that transports crude oil across Kansas to our refinery in McPherson. This is the first, I just heard about this solar project about a week ago. I don't have a map, so I'm not entirely sure where this project is going to be, but from the talks earlier today, it sounds like it may be impacting our pipeline. So the integrity of our pipeline is obviously very important to us. It's important to the community at large due to the refinery. So we do have a vested interest in this project and knowing what's going on with it going forward. We do have a blanket easement if this solar project is across where our pipeline is. We do have a blanket easement up there. It's recorded upstairs or wherever, I don't know if this is the courthouse, but it is recorded in the county. It's a multi-line easement. Some of the things that have been talked about today are a little bit concerning construction practices. I don't know, again, how close it's going to be to our line, but 345 kV pipelines and electric lines do not mix real well. There are studies that need to be done to gauge what the impact of the electric on the, as far as corrosion goes on the pipeline would be. There are things that can be mitigated for that, but they're extremely expensive. So I guess one of the things that I would like to do is try and find out if there are future projects in the county. We've got thousands of miles of pipeline across the 7 or 9 states that we operate in. Checking a county newspaper for all of these is not possible. So if I can get my name registered with somebody here at the county for these types of projects so that we can be notified early on in the process, that would be great. You guys have any questions for me?
Would you spell your last name so that way it's on the record? Kirk's pretty easy, I think, but
Kurt, K-U-R-T. Last name is Von Bolkern. V like Victor, O-N. B like boy, O-K-E-R-N.
As of right now, with the 34.5 running across there, are you having issues with your CP on your Caw pipeline right now?
I'm not exactly sure. I'd have to get with our integrity team and find out. They run tests on that stuff all the time. I don't know what the exact proximity of the transmission line is. Again, we've got, thousands of miles of pipe, so each individual segment, I'd have to run that by our integrity team to find out. I don't know, with a new wind farm and, or solar farm, excuse me, with all the additional cabling and things that would be needed, again, we would need some sort of a study done to figure out what the impact would be corrosion-wise on that pipeline.
Okay.
As far as fencing, we can't have fencing crossing our pipe. We need to be able to traverse our pipeline with our operators unimpeded in case of emergencies, excavations, whatever that may be. So that, there's a lot of things to address. We can't go over them all right now, but, and there's a lot of teams at CHS that we would need to take a look at some of this stuff. But just wanted to make sure that we're in the loop going forward so that we can address anything that may be of, may have an impact on our line.
And that line is flown, correct?
Pardon me?
That line is flown?
Yes.
Okay.
It is.
Daily, weekly?
I'd have to check on that. I think it's weekly.
Okay.
It is a PHMSA regulated line.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Can I ask what that line holds? How
You'll have to.
Oh.
Yeah, you can if you come up and add, but yeah, we need to have the public come to the speaker and speak, so. Yeah, I got it written down. We'll try to
Anything
answer
else?
some of that. At this point, I don't have any
At this
further
time.
questions.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Kurt, did
Kurt.
you receive my emails that I'd sent you over the last week? Over here.
I'm not sure. Oh, I'm sorry.
I sent you a couple emails to try to get you in contact with the IBV team. Did you see my emails?
I did get an email. I emailed you back saying that I'd be here today.
That was Justin.
Was that Justin? Okay.
I sent you a couple different emails to kind of answer some of your questions and get you in contact, and I don't know if you saw those or not.
Yeah, I was off the last couple of weeks of the year.
I'll try it again,
today's
and
my
then
first
I'll
day
get
back.
you some of their, or you can probably get their cards. That way you can have some direct communication with them.
Yep, I'll go get that. Yep, thank you.
Thank you.
I did have a question. Keith
Yeah.
Bonin still, 974 Mount Pleasant. I live actually within the section of this project. My question was for the capacity of that line. I have heard nothing yet about it. Size and,
Of our pipeline?
yes,
Oh, we don't publicly disseminate that information.
okay.
Yeah, for safety reasons.
I guess the very first question, I was on to still what made this project, this site, so desirable. I just heard a guy come in here with a major pipeline. I heard the company tell me that they don't even know if it goes through there. So my point is, I think a commission needs to at least get some information and make it public. There's another major line on there. I don't know what that, I know it's a gas line. I don't know how many homes it supplies. I don't know anything about it. I live close to it, so to me, it's a concern. Well, is it high pressure? So I don't think that we're getting all the information we need, and I'd like to have a little more information as to how it's going to affect people outside of this project. I heard a ton today about what it affects inside, the insurances and all this stuff, but that's a major tributary that runs down to the Smoky Hill River. There's water wells throughout the line there. Across the road, they talked today about the water line that it won't affect. It's a 6-inch roll water line. We haven't heard a whole lot about what's going to happen with driving all these in. How many are they planning on driving in? What size I-beams are they? I know that in the past they had to take excavators with jackhammers out. What's the process here? We don't have any idea of what could happen or how it's going to affect people's wells in the area, foundations, nothing. If we don't even have the studies for that, it's going to be impossible for somebody to come in 30 days and say, hey, this is what could happen, that's what can. They've been working on this 4 years, but in 30 days, we're supposed to find out, we're supposed to discover all this stuff and bring it to your attention. And so I would love to see the commission require a lot more information, studies, so we don't have these kind of surprises. How's it going to affect people down the line if something does happen? Do the vibrations cause some leaks? You know, there's a lot of questions to be answered, and I hope this commission takes the time to do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Randy Rogers, an Ellis County resident, live here in Hayes. I'm a retired wildlife biologist. My wife and I are interested in the project. We're generally supportive of renewable energy. The devil is always in the details, siting issues, that sort of thing. Relative to wildlife, a lot of the issues probably can be dealt with through mitigation, but we did take a drive out there the other day, and you know, much of I support what Jackie said in general. We are losing our grasslands, and you know, the fact that the area is somewhat developed already means that's maybe something less of an issue. Some of the grasslands look pretty good for wildlife, but along the south side, I did notice a pretty large area of Caucasian bluestem. You probably don't know what that is. Maybe some of the guys with cowboy hats know what that is, or farm hats. It is not technically a noxious species, you know, hadn't been listed in that way, but it is one of the most invasive species, along with yellow bluestem, that we have in the area, and it is, from my long-term observation, largely spread by mowing and haying, and cattle don't like it. Wildlife, it's very bad for wildlife. There's just lots of negatives about this stuff. One of the greatest negatives is that it's extremely difficult to, you know, just totally get rid of. And so what I'm suggesting is that the county and the company need to have a plan in place to make sure that the old world bluestem out there, the Caucasian bluestem, and it's a pretty large area, is not spread further, not only within the site, but around the site. The work, the disturbance that will occur during the development, as well as I assume there will be mowing. There will be plenty of mowing. If you understand what mower cake is, and most of us have pushed a lawnmower, that will gather the seed of this stuff. And when that stuff comes off, wherever it falls, you're going to start another patch. And so this is something that I really think needs to be carefully addressed. You know, I've dealt with this stuff myself on land that we own in Rush County. The old gentleman that we bought one of the properties from both hayed the roadside and hayed a particular pasture, and that pasture was just full of both species of old world bluestems, and I've fought it for years. So in order to keep from spreading this stuff a lot more, there needs to be a plan in place to, do the best you can to extirpate it, get rid of it, but also to control anything that comes back, and it will come back. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Nothing else from the public. Justin, I'll have you come up. I'll try to address one of these questions now. Notification goes to property owners, of course. So the pipeline that goes through that's a, operators, pipelines and stuff like that. They're not necessarily notified. Can you
Correct. We
speak to that a little
require
bit?
the applicant to get an abstractor, a certified list from an abstractor of all property owners within 1,000 feet of the designated area. And that's what we go off of. That's what it's in our regulations.
How would we potentially
Yeah, I mean, I'd be more than happy to save his information for
Yeah.
anything in the future that would come along. Generally, it's the first one of these we've had. Generally, it's something like a cellular tower or something like that. But I mean, if we have a list, I'd be more than
not
happy
just for
to-
this project, but future projects. That's kind of the thought line.
Yeah, it'd be. I don't know how I'd notify everybody unless I had some type of list. I could just email a group email to concerned parties.
I know one place, and we've had this available for years. It takes the community to be involved and take action to be informed. It's not necessarily, we can't always tell everybody what they know, what they want to know, when they want to know it. So one of the ways that they can be informed is to go on our county website, you create an account, and then you select the information that you want to receive. So if you want to be informed every time there's a commission agenda posted, whether there's a planning and zoning commission, a special meeting, all those types, you can register for those. And every time the county clerk's office posts anything to the site at a library board meeting, you can get a notification through your email that says the county commission meeting, the planning and zoning commission meeting is available. You click on the link, it opens up the agenda, and then it's just, like I say, we can't sign people up for that. People have to go out and do that themselves, but that has been available for, Mike could probably confirm, but ever since we had Civic Ready for our website, which is more than a decade long, and most cities and counties have that availability that you can register to get that information.
Is this something that the planning commission maybe should take in consideration when there's that many acres? It's a free call, 811. Will tell us a lot. Will tell us everything that's on that property. I'm just throwing it out as an idea. Maybe that's something, when we get that big of a scope of work to do, then we would all know.
I think that's something that we as a commission could recommend to the zoning board to look at if they wanted to adjust some of the regulations or policies. So.
Bill Jeter, County Council. My thought on that issue, that's part of the due diligence of the company in selecting a landowner and property to be developed. They would need to do their own title work, determine whether there's a mortgage on it, oil and gas leases, utility easements, rights of way, could be a tenant that's leasing the property, oil and gas pipeline agreement. And those things they need to resolve themselves before they enter into this agreement. I don't think it's incumbent on the planning commission to have to do all that title work for them.
Good point.
If in fact there is a oil and gas pipeline that runs through that property, that would be an issue between the developer, the landowner, and the oil and gas pipeline company. You're only obligated, the planning commission is only obligated, the zoning administrator is only obligated to notify owners of property within 1,000 feet of the project area. So somebody who has an oil and gas lease or is a utility easement is not an owner of the property.
Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I do have a question for the IDP guys, or IBE. One concern that kind of got brought up, was the noxious weed or some of that area. I know some of the grasses that he spoke to are not listed as a noxious weed, but I guess my concern is we do have noxious weeds prevalent in the county. We require our landowners to take care of them and maintain them. Is there a proposed way to do that? Because I'm going to go out on a limb and assume that the landowner, once these defenses up and these panels are up, he's not going to be driving around the panels on a regular basis. That's going to be your employees. So what will be the mitigation, or is there a plan for noxious weed mitigation?
Well, we're committed to working with the local ag extension for local ground cover. And in that ground cover, there'll also be provisions for handling noxious weeds. So this is kind of a common item where if it's just being mowed without some, and I don't like to use the word pesticide or any kind of herbicide in there, but we have to control that ground cover, and we will work with the ag extension for those best practices. And I think one of the better managers of the land are the actual landowners who know how to keep it or know what the signs are. And so we have some language in our agreement where we're managing that ground cover, but our intent is to fully engage with the ag extension just to make sure that we're using best practices and not bringing in any invasive or noxious plants in the area.
Okay.
Amy, I saw, did you want to come speak? I saw your hand go up, then you sat down. Okay.
Commissioners, I'd just like to add, we're not building a 345 kV line at all. There's an existing 345 kV line to address the CHS pipeline. We will have 34.5 kV cabling runs to our inverters going to our step-up transformer. So we're not building a new transmission line at all. And we will work closely with Mr. Von Boken there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because you are aware that the pipeline there, because I just want to make, because there seemed to be a little bit of disconnect there but I figured you guys were aware of it, so.
Yeah, just to address, we do full title survey. It's all part of our diligence. What we did send out, or from the list of, from the abstract company, what we did send out was all the landowners. So people with easements and people with any kind of oil or rights are not specifically notified. The landowners are notified within 1,000 feet of the project boundary. So, yeah, we do full diligence on this to get to the Alta survey, which is the only document that can be financed, that you have to have for financing, is this Alta survey, which shows every single encumbrances. We got to show the mineral rights, surface waivers, all that is done on our end. Just in the initial search of this, we identified the pipelines from our desktop. But we will work closely with the CHS folks there.
Okay.
If I could just add to that, so we look at a number of different publicly available sources for pipelines, for electric lines, for water lines, for everything. Some of them are somewhat proprietary, where you have to pay a service and to utilize them. We did have one specific layer showing this cob pipeline cutting through the northeast corner of the property. Typically, though, what happens is we go to the Alta survey, that becomes really the moment of truth, and what we should be designing the site to. On the Alta survey, as I think I stated earlier today, we don't have record of this exact pipeline in that particular location as it's shown on the publicly available maps, which is very common. This happens all the time. They're usually drawn at a very, very high, not like high level, not very detailed scale, for a lot of reasons. One, for safety, national security, those types of things. So, you know, as we are going through this process, we are going to work with them, CHS, to get through this, as well as making sure that our Alta survey has all of the gas lines and pipelines that we need to, and all of those vested interests and encumbrances on the property are accounted for and set back from.
Okay. I appreciate the additional questions from the public. I wrote down these things. Some of these things I think we need to just continue to ask further questions. I would advise the public to continue to reach out and send questions to us, the county administrator, to our road, bridge, and environmental services, of things that may come up as we leave today and think further on this. One comment I will make on some of these things with wildlife, protecting the land and those things. As a commission, our job is to ask questions to make sure the public at large is protected and benefits in some way, hopefully. It's not the commission's job to protect the landowner from themselves. If it's their land and they're doing something to it. So some of these things I'm looking at, wondering if it's, you know, while we'd like those answers, the landowner has the right to do essentially damage to their own property, and if it doesn't affect the rest of the public, that's not our job to protect them from making a mistake on their own land. But we do have to, I think these are good questions, valid questions to continue to ask. With that, this information I think is going to be on the county site. Of course, it's been recorded on YouTube today, so it'll be available for anybody to review the last 2 hours of conversation. Anywhere else that it's going to be posted recent.
Yeah, if you go to the Ellis County website, you can scroll all the way down to the bottom, or just go to the agendas. And then this is the first agenda it has on there. It's a 229-page agenda, but there's several documents that IBV has provided us, the economic impact, their actual draft decommissioning plan, which is one item. There's about this much paperwork that's on there for essential. I got a couple duplicates in here, but essentially everything that we have, all the CUP documents, if they're not all on here, the Environmental Services Office, through an open records request, that can provide those as well. And as we get more additional information, everything that we have will be put on agendas, whether they're still in draft form, or if they finally gets to a point where the commission does want to take a vote or take action on something, those final drafts and agreements will be on the commission agenda for open public request. All the questions that we went through today are, just because I had to scroll through them, on page 221 or 222 to 229 with all those questions that we went through with their individual answers. So things like that are also on the agendas to try to put that information out as well.
Okay.
And like Mr. Burgess said, you know, IBV is going to, you know, host on January 22nd. You got any more questions? Feel free. 2 different times. Hopefully they can accommodate everybody. And the thing with your own private land, several sessions at KAC a couple of weeks ago in Wichita, it was talked about a lot what the farmer can do with his own land. So there's probably something going to be coming down the pipe, just to let everybody know.
I think that's it. And on our future agendas, we have 13th and the 20th. We don't have any further items regarding this for discussion at this point, so we're waiting again to get feedback from the public. I think continue to have those discussions and have IBV host their open house before we, and then our next discussion is to determine whether we want to work with a negotiator on pilot payments. So that's kind of the steps as far as public is.
That could be on a January agenda if the commission wants to enter an agreement with IBV to pay for those services, and then that engagement letter with a law firm.
But nothing regarding the actual conditional uses.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you everyone for input and listening and servicing today. Next item, one last item, Bobby. Purchase order correction.
Tough. Bobby Dryling, County Clerk. I just needed to make clarification to the commission that on the December 16th commission meeting, you guys signed 2 POs for noxious weed for their to Carico implement and to Can Equip. I found out the day afterwards that the Carico implement PO should have been made out to Deere and Company. That was in their contract, but it was missed. And then as far as the Can Equip, they ended up calling and saying that needed to be made out to the Alamo Group Mowing Solutions. I spoke with Jamie Benachek with Adams Brown, our auditor, and I asked her how this needed to be handled. And she just commented that since there were no dollar amounts being changed, I just needed to bring it before your attention that we didn't change the name of the POs to Deere and Company and the Alamo Mowing Solutions. So
Okay.
that's all I need to let you know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
County Administrator report.
I do have 13 items to go over, but for the sake of time, I will yield my time to the commission.
Neil, any final thoughts, comments, activities?
Just one thing is in the back of my mind yet with the solar thing. What if, and there's a lot of what ifs, and with today's technology with oil, what would happen if they would come in 3D, say, hey, this is a drillable location, it's right where your solar panels are. Do we foot that bill, or is that IBV's?
So
If
all-
it would happen.
Yeah, all we have are the surface rights.
Okay.
So,
But
they will retain their mineral certificate.
they'll be destroying that surface right with your panels.
Well, when we plan this out, we leave acreage for oil and gas exploration. So, I mean, that can be worked in there, but,
Okay.
what we're working through now is just.
That was the answer I was looking for. Okay, thank you.
Nathan?
I have no comment.
I don't either. Go into executive sessions.
One quick thing is just for notice, on the executive session, the first meeting, we have a remote meeting, digital. So if we can give us about 5 minutes to start, a couple extra, like 5 minutes to start that executive session, so that way I can get the meeting pulled up and it's not actually taken away from the actual executive session itself.
Could we do it start it at like, say, almost give us 10 so we can take a little break here?
Yeah, so if we can do, yeah. Does that work?
Yeah, so we wanna recess instead of going in executive, just recess for 10 minutes?
I think you can, in your motion language, say that the executive session will
10.
start at 12:22.
Okay.
Go through whatever time that would be after that.
Okay. I move the Board of County Commissioners recess to an executive session for 40 minutes pursuant to the attorney-client privilege exception, contract negotiations. Those in attendance are the 3 county commissioners, Bill Jeter, Darren Myers, Trish Voth, and Folsom attorneys. Let's go to 1:10. Will that get us enough time for recess and everything?
Probably
you
just
want-
right at 1 o'clock.
Or 1 o'clock?
Yeah.
I just want to give everybody enough time.
Right.
Sounds good to me.
1 o'clock?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Got a motion, second on the table. Any comments? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
No opposed, passes 3-0.
Yeah.
revisions were made. How did I make?
I'll motion we go back into executive session for 20 minutes, meeting at 1:20.
Okay, seconded. I got a motion second on the table. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
No opposed, passes 3-0.
Formality.
Yeah. Came out of executive session at 1:30. No decisions were made.
Okay, I move to the Board of County Commissioners recess for an executive session for 30 minutes pursuant to the non-elected personnel matter exception. The subject to be discussed during the executive session is reviews. 3 county commissioners, Darren Myers, Bill Jeter, Jennifer, Mike Liker, and Chad. You are on it.
I'm on it?
Yep.
Okay.
And we will go to 1:45.
What, 15? Is it just 15 minutes or?
30.
Yeah.
30, so
30.
it would be 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock.
Or 2, yeah, I'm sorry, 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock.
I was looking over my
I'll
glasses
second
stuff.
Okay,
Okay.
got a motion and a second to go to executive order. And all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
No opposed, passes 3-0.
I guess if we don't need Bill, we can dismiss it.
executive session at 2:00. No decisions were made. Extend the executive session to 10 minutes to
2:10.
2:10.
I'll first.
Second that.
Okay, I got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 No opposed. Pass 3-0. 4:14, no decisions were made. And we'll adjourn the Ellis County Commission on January 6th at 2:14.
That's ridiculous.